This is, of course, I guess the after party, I guess you could say, of what I think was a really pleasant interview with Pedro's Grow Room. Yes, indeed. Thank you, D. Speaking of which, D, go for it. Do that thing you do. I'm
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to part two of Humor and the Flavors. This show is just still educate for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out of here. Back to you, Fumi.
That's the way. Thank you very much, D. I just realized that I am not logged into Fumidoro yet, so I'm gonna have to pin the link probably. Well, we'll figure it out here in just a second. Let me copy and paste this link. You guys are more than welcome to hop on this show. The rules, of course, as always, are don't be a dick, don't show your dick. If you feel like you're going to come on the show and be a douchebag, just please go find another show to go do that on, because this show is not for you. In the meantime, Bud Kilowatt is first in chat. Congratulations, Bud. Folks, like I said, you're more than welcome to hop on here. There's the link right there. Let's see. Can I pin that link? Oh, no, I can't pin it yet. So I have to log into my own account or my other account to pin the link. But just please wait until I pin it. I mean, you don't have to wait. You can hit the link anyway. Hop on, join the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna go eat dinner and stuff. So literally, there's not all that many people in the chat. So join the chat, join the show. Anyway, that's it. How many more times can I say the same thing? That's it. Follow D's beckoning. We promise he's not going to
Ah,
actually eat your brains. Back to you.
So I guess we'll get back to part two. So this cop knocks on my window and says, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I got up early this morning, had a good breakfast, and I made good time from up north, and I'm stopped here, the store in front of me, I parked back at the farther back in the parking lot in front of the store. And I said, I'm just waiting for the store to open up at 11 o'clock. And he goes, Well, you can't be sleeping in the parking lot with your car on. And I said, Wait a second. I said, I'm in a parking lot, which is private property. And you really don't have any say over this. No one has complained about me. I'm far away from the buildings and I've been here for a few hours. And he goes, I don't care. I'm still writing you this ticket, and I'm writing you this ticket, and I'm writing you the cannabis ticket. And I said, Here's my medical cannabis card. I don't care. I'm still writing you a ticket. So I had to go and hire probably the best cannabis lawyer at the time in Oakland to get me out of what could have possibly been 15 to $20,000 in fines with up to 6 months in county because this cop was a dick.
Yeah, but what
So
year
they
was that? That was a long time ago.
two
Things have
that
fucking
was two
changed since then.
that was 2007,
Yeah,
late
yeah. A lot changed since
2007.
then. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, because
I'll give the legal Prop 64 and rec cannabis
no.
props for that. I give them that because I lived my life under the fucking bullshit for most of it. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the trade off's worth it. That's all I'm saying. We could have done
no,
better. We should have been more involved, more active, more hands on when it came to like the nitty gritty of what rec cannabis or legal weed is. Like, you know,
within the first month
we
of
didn't even
being
put up a
back
fight.
in,
We didn't even put up a fight. They basically fucking just came and took us. That's
yeah,
what happened. Fucking the
over
vacuum
the
industry put more of a fight up to keep their mom and pops than than we did. I'll say that much.
In May, I have 3 conferences that I have to be speaking at. So not only that, I have to be in Columbus twice to testify in front of committees on how they should proceed with the cannabis laws, because they're bringing up the point where's all this money coming from? And in 1998, I wrote a medical cannabis bill for the state of Ohio that was too common sense because it pretty much paid for itself. And if you're asking where this money's coming from, maybe you're not appropriating the license fees for the dispos and grows to support the growth of the cannabis part in government. You know, the part that the state is in control of should be nothing coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. It should be coming out of the cannabis tax. Well, no, not the cannabis tax. I'm sorry, because that goes to schools and things like that. But the facility fees and the dispo fees, and then what you were charging for doctors to write medical scripts. Well, you charged the doctors to be able to do that. And then you were charging for the medical cards. So why couldn't you do what you did? And this year, the medical cards are 1 penny. And within a year or so, they'll be free. But you
Wait a
still
second.
have to go to this doctor 3 times a year and pay the doctor $150 to $200 for each visit to keep your card.
All this might make all the sense in the world, but you're talking about Ohio state politics, and the game is on, and there's people with money, and there's all the shit going on around whatever laws and situations going to be developed. Like,
Yeah, but we have a very strong community, just like California does,
oh wait, we don't have
where if we get
that.
a group of people to if we get a couple thousand people together, then the next time we meet, we'll have 5, 6, 7,000
You
people. And
might
then the
have that in
next
Ohio.
time
We
we'll
don't have
meet.
that here in California and Sacramento and at this no, we didn't have none of that. No, like
No,
big business
but at the
money.
end you
Like,
had $2.5 million from Peter Lewis to push that 215 through.
yeah, but now that it's what it is, I mean, yeah, I mean, even I saw a thing. I mean, it's so corrupt that Newsom, the governor's like right hand, his wife is head of the cannabis state uh thing. Like that's how close, uh how far from the app that like corruption. Like Newsom's like chief of
I
staff
I
wife is head of the cannabis thing for the whole state.
I do have to give Ohio a little bit of credit because they told Ohio they were going to treat it like alcohol. Now, to head up the board for cannabis in Ohio, they took the head of the state liquor board and they made him the head of the cannabis. So he already has an idea of how this should work. He just needs a little bit more guidance in the cannabis part of it.
Okay.
because
But that's what they're doing
he's
in
got the
Washington
other
and
end
Oregon.
down.
Like, is have the alcohol, state alcohol people be involved in the cannabis regulation. Like,
Now,
okay,
here's the other rub,
that
though.
shit's as corrupt
Just
as it
like
is.
like Colorado, you actually have to apply for a license to work at one of these facilities. And you have to pay for that license.
Yeah.
I don't think there should be a license one for somebody to work in a cannabis facility.
Well, then that's not going to generate any money.
Well, yeah, it is because if you want to work in a cannabis industry, you have to pay for this license, even if it's $15 or $20 a
The
year.
governor has like a cousin that started this business that's going to license the cannabis people badges, and
Exactly. That's how it's working in Ohio.
that's politics. That's like,
Yeah,
okay, like we expect anything different? No, you, varying levels of it in each state, but that's politics as usual, they say, right? And you
yeah,
want anything and you want to get something done and you want to be in a preferred situation, you better get your check put out and start donating to these motherfuckers and all that. That's and lobbying and okay, money
well,
talk.
that's the thing. If we could collect $1 from everybody that smokes in Ohio, we could have two or three lobbyists in the state building capitol in Columbus lobbying for us.
Okay.
Lobbyists only cost about 75 to $80,000 a year.
Yeah, and if you spend that much, then whoever the counter to you are, which is most
They'll
likely
spend more.
some big old $1 billion investment group or shit like that. Well, yeah, like that. Yeah, that the politicians love when there's competing sides and they have to bid each other up. That's what makes a voice, right? Money.
Yeah. And that's why we've got some really good lawyers that are willing to help us out for basically free.
But I think this ball's rolling with the big money machine is growing and grassroots. No one wants to hear about that.
Well, yeah, look at Ohio and look at all the out of state owned businesses, dispose and grow facilities. And you're looking at one out of every 10 is from Ohio.
But just think about
All the
like
rest are
what
out
do
of
you think
state.
the people in the United States or in direct states that consume cannabis care, give one bit of thought to how the business of cannabis regulations and all that is. We might discuss it and hear all the latest of it and have opinions on it, but I think the average person or the majority of cannabis users, they don't give a fuck. Like that's the last thing they're thinking about on a day-to-day basis.
But yeah, unless we get politically active and stand up and speak for our rights, they're going to just do whatever they want to put more money in their pocket. And eventually they'll take away our home grow.
Well, they don't. I don't
But
even think that's the best for
just
them.
like we, just like me and you have both said, we'll probably be dead by then.
That's not even a threat to them. And the percentage of market share out there.
No, in Ohio it is because they try in Michigan it is, and it really showed up in Michigan because when Michigan went from medical to rec, and they allowed their caregivers to grow 72 plants. They were allowed to have 5 patients in themselves, which gave them 72 plants. After the first month and a half of the rec marks selling out, they went to the state of Michigan, went to the caregivers and asked them because the caregivers were allowed to sell their overages at like farmers markets and stuff to other medical patients. They allowed them to sell to rec dispos. And that's when they found out how much extra cannabis was being produced in Michigan. So, Ohio, you know, yeah, that's the first thing that they put up there was we need to cut the number of plants from 6 plants per person, 12 per household, down to 3 and 6, because it's going to create a black market and it's going to steal from us. In all actuality, when they opened up the medical dispos, the black market took a big hit. Even though the dispos were charging more, it was easier for the people to get out of their car, walk in, buy it, get in their car, and go home instead of call up Frank. Hey, Frank, you going to be home around this time? Yeah. Okay, can I stop by for like a half an hour? Well, a half an hour's picking up a half ounce. So, yeah, stop on by for a half an hour.
I think
And then you
eventually
had to spend a half an hour and 45 minutes with your friend and then drive home. It's not convenient.
there'll be cases in the future that'll end up making Plant County relevant. Like somebody's going to sue or someone,
Michigan did.
thing will go forward, and then the court at like supreme level or the higher level will have to decide if that's like even a relevant thing. Like it isn't. It it has so many holes in it. The size, the this, the that. Like uh, like growing autos, you're growing this, you're growing big old plant. Like I think if you were gonna put a cap on it, and that's even a tricky thing at a home grow, I think it would have to be by square foot or something like that, or like like something like that. You plant counts like, and then for all these ones to have such low plant counts, it's like a ridiculous thing. It's like a joke. Like, uh, yeah, that's not. It takes time for law to work its way out, but I'd predict that that shit don't hold. That shit's a bunch of bullshit.
Have a good night, everybody.
Later,
Don't
D.
forget.
Hey, you're not going to like take us off the air, are you?
No,
Okay.
I checked. I just checked. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And don't forget.
I
Thank
just wanted
you.
to make sure.
Thank you, Captain. And don't forget, everybody, tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 12 o'clock Pacific, here on the Humidor and the Flavors channel. We got the safety meeting. Check us out then. Later, everyone.
Peace.
You know what tomorrow is? The first night of Crazy Neil Young and Crazy Horse tour. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that would be great to go see.
And it's in my
I
town.
love seeing Neil Young. I
And
like seeing Stephen Stills too.
I'm going both nights. I got good seats right in the front part, both nights. Tomorrow and the next night. Neil Young, Crazy Horse.
if you hear about two good tickets for Cleveland and the Rolling Stones coming available through somebody, let me know.
I'll ask Robbie. Problem is, he's got Lucky Dips for all these cities, but the way Lucky
He
Dip
can't
works,
go there.
yeah, he doesn't go. You just, like it's calculated because it's only this year it was $79 for 2 tickets, so it's basically 40 a ticket. Lucky Dip, and if you go, if you get, and if not, you lose $80 because it always costs a lot more than 80 to go.
I'll make it worth his while
But yeah, you can't
because
transfer them. If it was easy as that, oh yeah, like other tickets you can transfer. These ones are non-transferable.
okay, then he has to show up at the box office with
Yeah,
them to get
yeah.
it. Okay,
Thing.
fuck.
It's
He
not
ain't
even a
gonna
box
fly to he
office.
ain't
It's
gonna he
lucky
ain't gonna
dip.
fly to you ain't
It's
gonna
like
fly to Cleveland to get two tickets and then fly back to
I'll
Cali.
tell you about any of these giant shows. Oh, dude, there's tickets, and they'll only be whatever you pay for, you'll get. Like they have cheap tickets. They're not the best
Yeah,
seats. Then they have better ones. There won't be that much scalping because there's so many tickets, dude. Oh,
yeah,
maybe there'll be, premiums on a couple of the, high roller tickets that certain people with the ways and means last minute will pay to have, but there'll be plenty of tickets. These are big shows.
yeah. And I've got two people that well, they're playing the Cleveland baseball stadium.
Yeah, that's smart.
So, you know, there's going to be tickets available. And I still have a couple friends in the higher up in the music industry in Cleveland, especially with Ticketmaster and Belkin.
You go down there with the money for the ticket, face value money, you'll be in. Like, and if it's
Oh,
whatever this
it'd be
section
less
is,
than
face
that.
value, oh, maybe less for sure. That sometimes that gamble gets. How willing are you to wait it out closer to showtime? Because a lot of those deals happen like, oh, you might miss half the
10
first
minutes
song or
before the
something.
show.
Like, oh, then the tickets are fucking free because like the show started. For God's sake,
Yep, we're going in. Here's tickets. We're gone.
you never know. Each venue's its own thing, and each crowd, and so many factors come into play. Oh, it's a nice sunny day in Cleveland, and the weather's perfect. Oh, there'll
It's
be
the
a lot
Rock
of
and
people
Roll
that
Hall
want
of
to go down and
Fame.
see the Rolling Stone concert last minute.
Yep. And it's the Hall of Fame city. So we get a little bit bigger draw for that for some of the bigger names, but we don't have access to those tickets.
Well, you know how to maneuver inside a show. All you gotta do is get your butt in the tick show, and then you're good.
Well, no, I gotta get mom in there too.
Oh well, if
So
you're bringing your
I'm
mom
taking
in,
an 80-year-old lady.
well then utilize the 88 options. They have those.
Yeah. Well, I do that anyways.
A lot of times, even if your tickets aren't that, but you need that, then they upgrade you to a section that has that. You know what I mean?
That's why I carry my handicap placard that I put around my rear view mirror. I carry that with me because sometimes people give you a hard time. And if you pull that out of your pocket, then yeah, you're pretty much good. But they're really not supposed to say anything because that's like a big lawsuit.
Yeah, in California they
American Air,
don't say
American,
anything because it's a big lawsuit, and people those suits have been brought, and they've had huge settlement. And yeah, part of like human resource training when you're in those jobs that involve this. Yep, you do not. There's no.
especially when the guy's in the fucking Philippines. Well, can you tell me your medical conditions? No. Well, I need to write down your medical conditions or I can't change your flights. And I'm like, no, that's against the law. This is being recorded. Yes, yes. Okay, I need to have your employee number, not your name, your employee number.
Well, is that an international thing, or is that just I don't know? Is it just a U.S. thing? And I know some states are much stricter about
This was
ADA
in
laws
California.
than other states.
I was in California trying to get back to Cleveland when that ice storm hit.
Oh, well, yeah, no, any
And I ended up,
California is better.
they stuck me in San Francisco for like a night. And then they said, well, we canceled your flight for the next day too. And I said, well, how about just let me go to Vegas for 4 or 5 days, let the ice storm pass, and I'll fly in from Vegas. And that's what I ended up doing.
Oh,
But
Vegas
I
will
ended up
always
going back. They
be like
paid
that
for
one.
my flight to Vegas, to Cleveland also. They paid for my flight out there. They paid for my rental car. They paid for my hotel that I had to buy that night. And they gave me $200 per diem for 2 nights worth of food.
Yeah, I didn't book it because I'm not sure, but May 7th, 8th, I'm gonna fly to Phoenix for the Stones, and then yeah, from San Diego, the only flights are like you gotta lay over and like weird, like you gotta go to Vegas to go to Phoenix, or you gotta go to Sacramento to go to Phoenix. Or then if I
Yeah.
go to Ontario Airport, which I about the same distance, it's just that I hardly ever fly out of there. Oh, and then there's like nonstop straight to Phoenix for whatever Southwest, a good fare, low fare. But yeah, out of San Diego, I'd have to do a layover. I'm like, oh, that's fucking weird. You'd think there'd be direct flights from here to Phoenix, but somehow
Well,
they want you to lay
a,
over for like an hour, 45 minutes. But when the flight's like less than an hour, it's not even comprehensible to have a layover. Like that means you go and then you land, then you gotta and then take off again to go like because all these flights in the West Coast are all like skips and jumps. Like you can go to Vegas, Frisco, Phoenix, a bunch of kind of few places like round an hour, like airtime. But then they somehow they offer you these deals where they want you to like do layovers and like how does that make them money? Like that's still weight,
but
fuel.
wait, to get to San Diego, I can take from Cleveland a one-way trip or a round trip nonstop to San Diego is like 800 to $900. If I'm willing to take that 2 to 3 hour layover in Salt Lake City or Las Vegas, then I can go on a cheaper airline and I end up paying like 350, 300
Yeah, I
for
don't
the
know how
same flight.
that becomes like economical for these,
Cost effective.
but they do it and they force you into doing it to save a buck. It's weird, like because I mean, the bottom line is each plane costs X amount to fly, X amount of miles with X amount of weight. And so by putting you thousands of miles out of where you're trying to go and charge you less, how does that work?
Maybe because people they can pick up more people in like Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean they've got it all figured out, but they've got it all figured out to like most of those major airlines uh post losses, like huge losses all the time. So they don't have it that figured out. And I noticed since I haven't been flying much, but the little I pay attention as far as like I guess you call these commuter flights and different things, post COVID, they changed scheduling. Like even couple flights used to be daily, now they only like 3 days a week. That nonstop, that's like which makes sense. I used to think like I sometimes were on planes where it was like 10% capacity and shit. Be like, why would you even like and they had flights every hour, right?
I
Now
took
they
I
pretty
took
much
a
use an algorithm to like eliminate some of the flights that they don't need. Because like,
I
yeah, they
took
used
an
to be
Emirates
everywhere.
flight from Dubai to Bangkok, and they literally came and told everybody that wasn't first class to move to the center aisle because there's 5 seats and you can lay down and go to sleep. Because from Dubai to Bangkok is like a 9 hour trip, 10 hour trip. So they came back and they said, hey, everybody move to the center. We'll give you some extra blankets and pillows and just go to sleep because you're the only people on the plane. But yeah, I have found that out, especially here in Asia over the right after COVID. Uh, the planes basically they have maybe 4 or 5 seats open, or they're full from Tokyo to Bangkok now all the time.
You
But
know,
yeah, I've racked up 210,000 miles between two different airlines. So I don't think I have to pay for airfare for a while. I got a couple round trip tickets to any place in the world. Man, 7 years and 210,000 miles flying just to Thailand and back.
that's a major flight hours for flight time.
And then add all the time that I put. That's the reason why I had to go and get a vehicle at the end of the 10 months, basically, is because within the first 6 months of borrowing my dad's van, I put 18,000 miles on it.
What do they call you? A traveling man.
Yeah, I'm just a rolling stone. And I usually do roll stoned.
You know, okay, so the last time I saw Neil Young play was solo. And I saw him like 4 times, a couple different cities. And before he played this one song, he would ask the crowd, which he hardly ever talks to the crowd, but he'd like do this thing where he'd say, what's your favorite planet in the universe? And the crowd would like say, people would yell out, the moon and Mars and all this stuff. And then he would narrow it down. And basically, the correct answer that he wanted you to say was the Earth. Like, of course, what's your favorite planet in the universe? The Earth, where we live, right? But like the first few shows, oh, crowd was like, didn't get it. But then after a few times, people would start saying love Earth, Earth, because the song that he plays, it's like, oh, it's a good song. I think he wrote it during COVID, or maybe he had some of it down before then. It's called Love Earth, and it's just like this ditty, Love Earth, and then so the tour tomorrow with Crazy Horse. Like I see a few bands that one or two members might be in their 70s, but here's a band that every member's in their 70s or late 70s that rock. Like this isn't no like fake it till you make it type band. But
Yeah.
the name of the tour and the whole thing is called Lover. That's the Lover. That's the message. That's the ultimate message. Uh, yeah, fuck all the noise, all the bullshit, all the other stuff that we get caught up. No, love her. That's what it boils down to. Like that's all. That's all that we're supposed to do. That's what I'm
It'd be
thinking.
really nice to have a concert poster from that first show.
Yeah, I might get. Oh, I don't. I'm not the poster guy because I'm more of the T-shirt guy. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to like one thing. I have T-shirts from a few years that I've gotten at different Neil tours. Wow, that this tour's first one in 4 years, really. So, oh, all these are like old. But I remember buying them, and they weren't the most expensive concert tickets. But he always prides that they're organic and this, that, and the other. And then, sure enough, those are the kind of shirts that are in my drawer. Where first off, they're soft. I can
Yeah.
tell you they've been washed. I wear them a lot, and they've been washed a bunch. But they like oh that quality shirt probably is worth $50, right? Because 10 years later, it's still a thing. Where a lot of shirts you get, oh man, they're like paper towels. You wash them once, and you might as well just throw that fucker away. They're not
Well,
like
the shirt I was wearing earlier when I passed in front of the camera was my Earth Day shirt. That's actually a tan shirt, and after washing it here in Thailand, the print has still stayed, but the color of the shirt has kind of faded white.
I have some shirts that I've worn, and
But
so they're like thin and they're
that's
like,
20 years old.
but like they held up, right?
Yeah.
Like where today the modern stuff, even by whatever BPT or whatever, that it seems like it's equivalent to some of these ones. Nope, they don't hold like whatever what they just don't hold up. Like that's
No.
my gripe with with like stuff like that. Um,
And you talk about going to shows and buying t-shirts. That was my big thing when I went to a Dead show was to see the different Dead shirts for that tour that the different people had designed and made up. Those were the shirts that I really bought because they were really unique.
there's a account, social media that I don't know. I guess maybe they are for sale or whatnot. But like dude sources and buys like a lot of these old vintage shirts where
Yeah.
for someone like me, it's like, oh yeah, that's like, oh, so and so and his girlfriend made, a couple hundred of those back in 90 whatever and sold them on tour and oh whatever, like there's a lot of history and people behind a lot of those, which tell this whole story eh, all of its own. Where when you follow that guy's like Instagram or whatever, he's always like pulling out some cool shirt from like that has some like significance, but came from the people, right? Um,
Well, there's Harley Davidson shirts that came out before Harley made their own shirts. And there's certain companies that made those shirts up that, came out in the 80s and 90s. And then they say, oh, yeah, well, we just, bought the leftovers from this print, this run of shirts, and there's only 1,800 of them. And that Harley shirt's worth 250. Now people are going to go out scavenging Harley shows. We lose Bud. Or did we lose me? Well, maybe you should check the show. Are we still on, people? Yes, we are. Let's get in the chat here. Hey, Hillbill J5, martial artist. We lost Bud. He's still there, but no mic and no picture. Vintage organic ecstasy. J5. Yes, it should, martial artist. So, in needing the show to go on, all right, there we go. We got Bud back.
I was having a cigarette
Oh, that's all right.
and I left my phone on the desk. But all right, and brought my other phone outside where I'm not on Zoom. Whatever.
Yeah, come on, J5
You
and
know, it's supposed to
martial
rain
artist.
here in San Diego again on Thursday. Like it's almost May and we still are having rain.
It rained
Crazy
last night
here.
here. And thank God because it
I can
cooled it
remember
down.
years where it stopped raining in February a lot of years, and like April was just sunshine. Not this year.
And not this year in Thailand either, because if I was to put out the crop that I wanted to, I would have had total devastation with the rain because it didn't stop raining until like November this year. And it's usually October
Well,
1st, it stops raining to like April 1st.
the big fields in my area are the strawberry fields and the tomato fields. And yeah, I noticed this year the strawberry guys never planted they that those fields because yeah, they usually plant like February, March, and and the prime of the berry locally is in April. This year, rain. You couldn't have, no, you wouldn't have had a good strawberry year. The
No.
tomato guys that usually don't even start till later in the year, oh, they're already up and going. Because it's going to be like, if you follow Farmer's Almanac in this area and all that, this is like a late spring is all it
Bumper
is, and
year.
there's that becomes a bumper year if things work the way if you work it for your
But
benefit.
then, yeah, but then you just said, it's going to be a bumper crop for those people that their vegetables could take the rain, but like strawberries couldn't. So we could see strawberries take a $2 to $3 jump here really soon at the
Yeah, I mean,
store.
like as much as we produce some strawberries. Strawberries are pretty localized. Like
Michigan grows a lot. Ohio does too.
yeah, and they get to places around there. Like I don't think too many California strawberries. Well, some do. There's like the big companies that have it where they pick them fucking early and have all these techniques to get them to market. Those are usually pretty shitty, but maybe I'm wrong. Like I know myself. I live in a place where yeah, there's enough local stuff, and then I know the seasons of that stuff because that's what's really missing. Like that cannabis needs to do that too. I remember sort of during 215, like there wasn't there was always talks of the way it was supposed to be, but there were certain cities that like you weren't supposed to like sell weed in different counties. Like if you had your medical thing set up in one place, then you were supposed to only distribute your excess to that area. But that wasn't anything that was like enforceable or really real at the time. But like, yeah, we shouldn't be like jumping the gun to like national distribution or even state, like big companies that want to have places all up and down. That, yeah, no, that's not a good thing, no matter what. It should be more localized. So if you went to a
Well,
certain area of the state, especially, it would be representative of what that area is producing, whether it's indoor,
well,
outdoor, whatever. Because being from California, oh, Sacramento's got what it's got, the Bay Area's got what it's got. Each place does have its own thing.
and that's what we're going to kind of try to specialize in. And that's stuff from Ohio, crosses from Ohio. We want to, I don't want to have facilities running nothing but our product, but I wouldn't mind having a few facilities running a few different of our strains just to have them out in the marketplace. But I don't think that'd be a problem with some of the strains that we've had and we've made crosses from, because the crosses have turned out really fabulous. I just wish last year wouldn't have been so screwed up, or we would have ended up with another 10 different crosses again this year. We would have had 12. We only had 2 this year that made it. We had a Bubba times Sensi Star, and then we had the Afghani Mango times Sensi Star. Now, the Afghani Mango is an Ohio strain that we've had in the Athens Garden since 2004, 5, right around there. It starts getting hard to keep track of what years you did what when you start getting 20 plus years back. But you always remember the good ones, that's for sure. God, I can't wait to get back to the land of good pot, or at least the pot I like. I can't believe if I would have known it, I would have busted my ass to enter the indoor cup that I helped sponsor to put on, because Argent from Greenhouse won. Man, he won with King's Juice. I could have buried his ass. If I knew that Greenhouse was going to put an entry into that, yeah. I handed out enough seeds here in Thailand. I could have went and grabbed a clone of a couple of them and put them in. But yeah, that would have been nice to bury Arjun.
Where's J5 at tonight? Why is he hiding out? All right,
He's
cool.
probably too high.
Says, all right, 'cause I see Jess and Bean. All right, Jess and Bean. I'm gonna send it tomorrow. I didn't get to it today, but the night we gave away stuff on 420, I, 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 there was 3 duck races that I had stuff for. I have the stuff right here. Only one person got a hold of me, and I got their address, and that was Jess and Bean. So,
Yeah, well,
uh,
at the
so
end,
I
I
have, I
posted
have
free tie seats
the
and I got
Jeff
zero
who comes
DMs.
on the show. I'm sure, uh, and he does. I have a DM chain with him. I just have to ask him the address, and then there was one other person. Oh, um, Stangman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
J5's up there in the
oh, that's
far cold
amazing.
north,
I
Michigan.
remembered it. It was only a few days ago, but a lot of times I can't remember shit like.
Yeah, it's only been, can't wait to get my free seed day shirt still. It just takes another trip out to see Bud. That's all. He kept it to make me come out and see him again. All you had to do was say this band's playing. I'm easy.
Well, like as far as my world goes, tomorrow starts like the musical part of the year. Like Neil kicks off a couple, and then it's Stone. Then 17th begins 4 Months of the Dead. Billy Strings coming out here in August. Tedeschi Trucks, this, that. There's so much. Like, music is so much of it. I don't know how much of it I'm going to get to, but uh, I watched streams from the sphere of uh, fish and some of the uh, I don't know, visuals. Yeah, visual. That shit's crazy. Like, oh, horse, it looks pretty cool on someone's phone and stuff, but I know like that only capturing it. You got to be there to really like.
Yeah,
There, the nights they did this thing where, yeah, we were all standing at the bottom of the fucking ocean. Like the band was on stage and in the crowd, and there was like the whole dome or the sphere was like, yeah, and you could look up to see all the schools of fish and jellyfish, like everything. Like, yeah, it looked pretty fucking awesome the way they did that. Like that seemed pretty next level of visual experiences and stuff. There was a bunch. They had a bunch of cool shit, graphics and trippy shit. And even yesterday, Mickey Hart produced an 11-minute. There's things that show on the outside of the sphere. Like there's a show on the outside of the sphere, and different people produce different uh, things. And yesterday, they aired it twice during the evening. 11-minute visual music thing on the outside of the sphere that was produced by Mickey Hart, the drummer for the. I saw it like I don't know preview thing of it. Some of this is some things you got to like. I've seen enough to know I got to see it in person, like to appreciate it. Like, oh, I've seen the from YouTube playing there to the fish. Uh, yeah, that I got to get see it myself to experience the. Yeah, it seems pretty trippy how it works. Even this part that I know sound, I know a bit about it. it's got this sound system in there, supposedly, that if you're standing 5 feet to the right and someone else is standing 5 feet to the left, and then we're all different languages, music can play where where I'm standing, I'm going to hear it in English, they're going to hear it in French, and they're going to hear it in Spanish, and we're only 5 feet apart from each other. And I'm like, whoa, how does that, like, how does it not bleed through? How? But I guess they got some fucking super technology like that. They haven't really used it like, well, I guess like for concert, band concert, but they have other type of performances, and I guess it opens the creativity of what kind of things you could do there. Like, if literally you could have something that's like bilingual, and each person hears what language they speak. That's pretty crazy.
Headphones. Everybody gets a set of
Not
headphones
not
depending on
headphones. We
your
got it.
your
Like, I think
nationality.
Myers sound system is part of the company that developed this thing that, like, yeah, directional sound. So like, yeah, they can direct in the mix too. Like they can mix it. All right, everyone's hearing the same music, but the vocals can be heard differently depending where you are. Like this section or this area could be in Spanish, this one be in English. I don't know, something like that. Like, until you experience that, I don't even, that seems pretty tricky. Or that they
Yeah,
got technology like that.
that's the thing is they have technology like that, and you're like, whoa. It's
Yeah. Well,
a hot fucking day.
they spent a few $1 billion building it, that way over budget, and all it really is a place to see an event, music mainly, or I not just music, but uh, even if that's the latest technology of today, wow, I can't imagine who's going to build one better, bigger, more sophisticated. There was this one video I saw, and it was a crowd video, so somebody in the crowd, good seat, and you could hear the band playing, and you could also hear the crowd and the the noise the crowd made. But there's this one scene where it's a, I don't know what breed dog, but like a full size big dog that is lapping at, looks like the lens of the camera, like licking and kissing it. But it was so real and so in your face and big that when I looked at the clip, you hear the like, and the crowd was totally tripping its balls off for the most part. Yeah, like what caught me when I watched that clip was the noise, like like the noise the crowd made. Like it's like it didn't really scare them, but it definitely tripped them out. Like it was like it came out of like nowhere, and it was this giant dog head basically licking you in 3D or whatever the hell, like in the middle of some fucking jam they were doing. I don't know. Like that clip, I was like, oh yeah, that would fucking blow your mind if you at some venue and all of a sudden this tongue comes fucking at you. That's what it
Unless
looked
it
like.
was the Rolling Stones.
It was a dog. It was a dog. Like the dog laughing at my face is like probably one of the biggest joys of life for me. I love dog kisses.
Man, is it another hot one today?
Yeah, you're saying it's over 100 and it's usually pretty humid and all that. Yeah, and bad air quality. Yeah, no, count me out.
Well, it's not bad once it gets to like 7, 8 o'clock.
Well, and most people,
Or
well, not
you're
everybody in
done
Thailand, but
by like ten
you're
thirty or 11.
when it's like that, you're in a house or your place, you can keep it cool with air conditioning.
Yeah, but my air conditioner was taken out 12 days ago.
Yeah, well, I say, as I've been
So,
following you through this, uh, I know you're getting the cert, whatever, and you only get out of there as fast as you can. But it sounds like it's time to get the fuck out of there, dude.
yeah,
I
I'm
remember
having
you
a
at first you were maybe going to get back here for 420, but then now it's well, you
well, what
coming sooner
happened
than later.
was
But
what happened was is I'm having trouble switching the title of my truck and bike over. And that's basically like me leaving $6,000 just sitting here,
yeah, things like that are
you
always
know.
well.
And
Here they
then
make
we
it
had
pretty
then we
easy
had
when you do that.
Songkran, which
The
was the
DMV.
14th. So everything closed down like the Wednesday before that Sunday. And it didn't open back up until Thursday after that Sunday. The whole government took a week off. I mean, Thailand has, it's one of the most allowed days off of work in the world. They have like almost 90, 80, 90 days that people get off work because of holidays. Holy shit. You know,
Well,
my mom only got like 6 days a week and she worked for the place for 35, 40 years.
yeah, but that's like what's part of what's wrong with America and the 9 to 5 type of life. And all right, yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
countries have siestas and or not just countries, different cultures. They approach work a little differently than we do here, right?
Yeah, they work 6 days a week and up to 10 hours a day.
I'm not in the workforce, but I know that I like the idea of the what they call it, the 4 day, 10 hour day week. Like
Yeah, four
that, like if I
threes.
had to do, a 9 to 5 type thing, that'd be way better. And then you have 3 days, and then you work four, and okay, 10. But I don't. A lot of that didn't really catch on so much. I guess, some jobs have it, but uh, yeah. And then if 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 different companies and people uh, work together, and then they could spread the traffic out, and it should alleviate some traffic. Russia, because some less people. I don't know, something like that.
I'd rather work 4 10-hour days than work 5 8-hour days. That's for sure.
So I think part of that is even though you're only doing 40 hours a week, if you do more than 8 hours a day, and then it's supposed to be
You
overtime.
lose
I don't know.
production.
Yeah, like
Well, actually, no, not if you're. There's some unions that are set up that way where, yeah, when you hit 8 hours, no matter what, you go over. Some it's by the week. So if you work 48 hours, you get 8 hours overtime, even though you only worked 4 days.
And like my brother, he's in the Teamsters, but it's really for the movies. He's a chef on the catering teams for movies. And then so their union deal goes to like, yeah, anything past eight's overtime. That's all every day you get overtime. And
And
then they go to double time. But then the key to the whole deal is if you don't have 8 hours off in between call times. So hey, if they work you to midnight and then you're supposed to be back at 6 in the morning, which for the catering people, yeah, there's a lot of prep and a lot of shit that goes into it. Yeah, you go into this thing called golden time, where next thing you know, for days, if not weeks, you're like their schedule and they know this. Like it's more productive for them just to pay that and have continuity and just get the job done because they're on location, spending money every which way. So, oh well, the golden time is just part of the deal. Yeah, that's gravy, man. But
yeah, your brother's got it pretty good
they
too.
work their ass off, but they get paid for it. Because like a lot of times, oh, the movie schedule will have two meals, breakfast and lunch, and then because the director, the scheduling, or they're always behind. Oh, they'll add a dinner, and then yeah, it's just never ending because part of the union rules on the set, you get the time, but if you feed your crew, I think it's only a half an hour. They get to eat and then back to work. But then if you send them out to lunch, I think it's like an hour and a half or something. And so, yeah, that's why they feed them, and they feed them so good is because yeah, they just want to keep shooting
Yeah, keep them
and they'll
there,
get
keep them
everything set
working.
up and all that. Yeah, and they don't want anything to stop it, whether it's overtime, meal penalty, meal breaks, whatever.
No, because that just adds more and
But
more to the cost of the movie.
like he doesn't work that much movies anymore because there isn't that many of them, and because there's all these states that have little cities that have catered to movie production or production, have all the things you need. Uh, they're what you call right to work states. They're non-union. So then, yeah, all that Teamster union stuff doesn't yeah. And some of it is because it's so expensive to do a union movie. Yeah. But it's ultimately what holds the whole movie industry down is the Teamsters. Even though there's the directors and the set actors and they all have different unions, the muscle of it all and the real uh yeah, the Teamsters. There's all
It's the
these other
grocery
jobs, the
workers.
driving, the catering, so many jobs in movies are Teamster jobs.
Shit, the Grateful Dead came to play in Cleveland in 1970, and the Teamsters stood there at the dock and said, "You think you're going to unload your own equipment?" And then someone brought something out of their pocket, and the Teamsters unloaded the van.
Yeah, and then over the years, like the crew of the Dead were Teamsters, like they were. You just had to be.
It got
And the
to the
venues,
point, yeah,
yeah,
you
more
had
and more
to.
venues now. The Teamsters still have some play, but that whole apparatus has been taken over by Live Nation. Like, so they own they like So it wouldn't be like, oh, you can't unload because you're not a Teamster. It'd be you can't unload because you're not a Live Nation. Like everything's done by Live Nation, all the stage, everything.
Yeah.
Like most tours are fairly light, meaning they only have department heads, and then each town, the venue supplies the riggers and all the
Security.
people that just work that venue, and they're Live Nation, Union, whatever, and they don't travel. They just you know do the
Local.
unload, rig, whatever. They got all the right guys in each town. Some bands don't want to do it that way. They want to have their whole crew and entourage. And some of that's just because, oh, that's jobs and stuff for all the people associated with it. Like Fish, yeah, they tour with like fucking it was years ago when I saw 13 fucking buses and tractor, all their own trucks, all their own gear, uh, even PA, everything, lighting. Yeah, some tours they do it the other way where they travel light and then just use the services in each town. It's more economical.
Yeah. That's why I have some t-shirt. Well, Warren ended up doing that. Warren and Phil went to local crew shirts instead of printing up regular crew shirts. That's how I ended up with that fleece because it says, crew on it, tour crew. And that allowed me to get into any show that I wanted to for that whole run. That was great, by the way.
Yeah, Phil's playing at the Warfield on May 9th, which yeah, I think I'm gonna try to go, but like that's just like a few days before Dead in Vegas. It's only one night of Phil up uh, there. I don't know. So like I say, it's too much. And sometimes it happens to me where I try to live stress free. I don't like stress in anything, biz, anything. Where all of a sudden the music and my desire to be at all this music becomes stress because it's like too much to try to figure out how to be in all these spots.
Yeah. You just need a tour manager. That's all, bud.
Well, what I need is less responsibilities. Much as I love my
That's
animals, all animals are burden. Uh, as you get older, yeah, comforts of life are a burden. Like,
well, that's why I tried to keep the RV kind of cleaned. That way when
many
you
years
came
ago,
back, it was nice and clean and you didn't have to worry about it and you could just relax and you knew where everything was.
yeah, like so many years ago when I was younger, and then I didn't make my living growing. That's the
Made it
big
out on a
that's the
lot.
big burden. Yeah, if there was a year with like the kind of music that's lined up this year, I would like, yeah, that would mean that I would just go. Like I
Worked a
know,
lot.
yeah, there's no reason to keep a place. There's no, I'm going to be gone for whatever months and just bounce from one thing, event to the next, to the next, to the next. This year it'd be like a year where, yeah, you go about 4 or 5 months between bam, 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 bam. It's all coming. It's so much of it. You just got to get there, be there. It ain't that hard. Takes money, takes energy. It's a good place to
Takes a
network.
lot of money. Yeah, that it is.
Like if
Skull
you,
and Roses for me was really good networking.
you get out there further, deeper. Uh, yeah, like
Well, I met the
my buddy
deadheads that
Robin,
were
he
here in
met these like
Thailand.
guys that are from Switzerland, but he met them at Spanibus. I actually first met him 2 Spanibus ago, but really got to know him this last Spanibus. And yeah, they're in some big fucking cannabis international CBD big business. These guys are in. But like my friend Robbie knows all the bands, everything for Jazz Fest. So these guys just want to experience Jazz Fest. They have all the money in the world, but like they don't want to just go to Jazz Fest. They want like the late night and all the cool spots. And so basically they've offered to pay Robbie's way for Robbie to like in actuality
Take them
when
around.
he's explaining it, I'm like, yeah, well, dude, you are working. You're like a tour guide for these guys. And
Yep.
you can charge them like X amount a day. It's like they're gonna expect you to like get them on the list for this song and this and that. Because Jazz Fest, there's the announced thing, but it's the late night things that are thrown together, and you got to kind of be in the know. And all these venues only hold a couple hundred at tops. It's small there, not like. But yeah, if you know how to navigate Jazz Fest for 2 weeks, oh, you can go down the musical rabbit hole so deep. There's so much music. Everyone's playing there every year. Good music.
Yeah. But like you said, you need to know where the hot spots and where to go after the shows. And yeah, that's a tour guide. And, you can charge good money for that, especially if you can get people into shows with the band members themselves, or not shows, but after parties.
Yeah. Access.
Mhm. I would get friends, I couldn't get them backstage for intermission for set break, but after the show, I could always walk back 3 or 4 people. And there you had at the Agora, we had 3 different rooms. We had one room where basically no one was allowed in except for the band members. Then they have another room, which is where they kept their beer at. And that was a smaller room, so there wasn't room for a lot of people. And then they had a bigger room that held about 75, 80 people. Man, I really miss having the Agora gone now. That was such a good money maker. Any band that came into town that needed weed, I got the call.
What's
Yeah,
up,
that
fellas?
used to be important.
Hey, Jay.
What's happening, Cap?
A hot one.
Yeah, it was a nice day here today. Now it's cold as F out.
Yeah, I'm gonna really be hating going back near Lake Erie.
That's crazy.
Well, mom made the whole move instead of being a mile and a half away from the lake, she's now 5 miles away from the lake where all the snow dumps.
I didn't know that that lake sat on a chunk of salt
It,
until you were talking about it the other day or
yeah.
a month ago. It's pretty wild.
Did you see how many, like, how big the tunnels are and how many miles of tunnels there are underneath Lake Erie? I'm surprised the damn thing don't collapse.
I
It's
didn't
big
really look into it.
honeycombed.
I just know what you were told us, and that was news to
Yeah.
me. I never heard of that before.
Morton Salt used to be there.
Donnie, dang.
So, and they found a big deposit someplace else of salt too. And they were like, it's basically this giant area that has been untouched. And they said, we'll never run out of salt.
Our arteries need it.
Actually, here I use very, very little salt in my diet, even when I come back home. Like, you know, every place puts a little bit of sea salt on your steak. I don't want that on my steak. You
No,
know, no, I
that's
don't
all
want
I want.
anything except butter. I just
Yeah,
want some butter on top of it.
a chunk of butter is nice.
The meat should be good enough. But yeah,
Um,
I'm really missing a ribeye, that's for sure. And my body's telling me that. My skin's starting to change a little bit of color. I need more iron. I eat a lot of vegetables and fruits, but I'm just not getting enough. And it's because I'm not eating enough red meat.
Yeah, well, get ready to pay like $20 and up for a meal.
Well, I go to the grocery store and I buy a pound package of 92, 93 lean ground beef. That's usually like $7. And then I'll get a couple potatoes and a can of like cream corn. So my dinners are like $10. Now, I am lucky we have a higher end grocery store by my parents' house, and they have their own butcher there. So they'll pull out like the big chunk of ribeye, and you can tell them how thick you want it cut. You can tell them how you want it cut. They do it all for you. I mean, it's really good and it's not that much more expensive, but the meat is so much better quality. And I'll
that's
pay
what
an
she
extra
said.
$2 to $3 a pound for good ribeye. Yeah, I know. She wanted 700 baht extra for 30 more minutes last night.
Oh, Cap. Hey, a woman's got to eat, right?
Well, yeah.
Oldest profession known to man.
Actually, to tell you the truth, and I may get some more hate from the people out there that already hate me for all living here in Thailand because you're all jealous and you think I'm going out with all these girls. The biggest difference between Asia and even Europe is here you can have friends that are girls that you also sleep with. That is very common here.
I
And
thought
that
that's how
is
it's
not
supposed to
something
go.
that's common in the United States. Friends with benefits
yourself.
is a big thing here in Thailand. So,
Hey, well,
it's not like the United States where, hey, I'm going out with this girl and, we're going to go out and do this and that, but nothing else is going to happen. And here it's like, well, we go out and we have a little bit too much to drink. We're going to end up in bed.
I always knew I liked Thailand.
Oh, not only that, when they put on yoga pants, there's no fucking rolls. They all look good in yoga pants.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the yoga
uh,
pants.
I tell you what, I'll keep you in the loop. I've got one friend in Ohio that I send pictures of the girls from here. And, usually they're in bikinis or in their really nice dresses and stuff like that. But I'll show you what some of these girls look like. And they're in their late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s, but they still look like they're 18, 20.
That's when they're just getting good.
Even it's hard here. I had a girl come up to me the other night and I knew she was older by the wrinkles on her hands and around the eyes. And she told me she was like 32. And I looked at her and I said, no, I'm 52. You're like 46. But she did look like she was in her early 30s until you looked at the corner of her eyes and the wrinkle in between her thumb and her forefinger. So yeah, they keep their age very well. They don't smoke. And when they drink a little. Well, no, they like to drink. Well, we won't say nothing about that. They like to drink.
Now, if this goes as planned, I should be able to burn off the excess and like use it as a fuse to light the tip. That's the plan anyway. Fail.
You only got to burn up the side of the paper.
Yeah. See the. I don't know if you can see it. Looks like it exploded the end, but it burnt. Oh well, worth a try.
Hey, it's better than watching people here in Thailand spend extra money on something because it smells good and they think it's going to taste good and then smoke it through a dirty bong. And they just hold the lighter to it until they suck it all the way through.
Yeah, those bamboo bongs. I don't know about that.
No, these are glass bongs that they do this with too. They don't know
Oh,
how to
okay.
pull a slide. They don't know how to clear a bong properly. And I show them. And I'm like, you guys are packing a bong. I can get 2 hits out of that bong, and you're getting one. But you're also leaving like a half a bong of smoke, too.
Fucking rookies, huh?
Well, that's just the way that they're used to smoking. They're not
I guess
used
there's
to
more than one way to
smoking high
skin this cat.
quality. I mean, the first Thailand is in Chiang Rai. I'm going to have to go up probably tomorrow to the museum and take a picture of the world's oldest bong here in Chiang Rai.
How old is it?
But I don't know. It's It's over a or over 1,000 years old.
Jesus. They've been pulling bingers that long over there in Thailand?
Yeah.
Damn.
So that's why you see the bamboos, because that the height of the bamboo bong is the length of what they call a bong on the bamboo tree. And it's how much that tree had grown that year.
No shit.
Yeah.
Huh.
And a lot of them are smoked dry.
That's the new craze in the dab scene now.
Dry hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're taking away the terps as soon as they hit the water.
Yeah, how much? I mean, the water soluble terps were took out in the fucking wash to begin with.
Well,
You
not
know?
if you're pressing.
Yeah, if you're pressing bubble.
Well, that's bubble, but
Nobody
flour,
presses
like,
flour anymore.
eh,
If I don't know, maybe they do. I don't know anybody that does.
maybe that's a niche market to fall into.
Yeah, flour rosin's all right. I just
I could see that being like a higher ticket item, you know, and I do see certain flour bringing more money. It's just you need to get to that clientele, is what it is. And that clientele are really reclusive about their cannabis smoking. And those are the type of people that will buy 3 and 4 foot tall plants ready to be flowered so they can put them in a room and flower them and always show their rich friend 4 or 6 flowering plants in a little room.
I need me a whale like that.
I've got like 6 of them in Ohio.
Hook a
They
homie up.
all own multi-million-dollar companies. When I grow NL5 haze, they pay between 130 and 150 an hour or a quarter, because they understand that it takes me double time to grow it. And they know what money is worth and time is worth.
Does Hayes run
You
that
know,
long? Or NL5 Hayes?
mine did. It
Your
ran
phenotypes?
110, 115 to 120 days.
Right on. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but that's the stuff that you
13
take
liter.
4 fucking hits off of it and you're good for an hour or two.
Yeah, that might be a desert island strain for me. I remember,
Like
yeah,
that 94 to 96 or 97 Sensi or Sensi, sorry, Afghani one from Sensi Seed Bank. That's
that's
my
the
all-time desert island weed.
that's
I
a hell of a
smoked
choice.
I
That's
smoked
where the
that
skunk
for
lies, I believe.
2 years. 2 years I fucking smoked that. And every morning, 4 to 5 bong rips would get me high for 2 to 3 hours. Then that was every day for 2 years. That weed just had no ceiling to it. And I've been searching for weed like that for a long time. And I've only come across like 5 or 6 strains that just don't have a ceiling. That NL5 haze that I had just didn't have a ceiling. The more you smoke, the higher you got.
I'm gonna hopefully find that in the Mung Thai by Vietnamese Black this summer.
Actually, I've seen that Vietnamese black grown out, And that reminds me of a really, really wispy hash plant. Like really, you can almost see through the buds, and they're not that big.
Yeah, huh? I don't
I
know
I
what
tell
Jimmy.
you what,
Who?
I've got a tie that I will send you. It's a little bit shorter. It's about 120 day, 110, 120-day tie. And it tests at 15.5% THC.
That's
It's got
perfect.
that spicy taste to it with a little bit of psychedelic feeling.
Who's black? Vietnamese black? Did you see? These are Jimmy Toucan
Jake,
seeds that I've got.
exactly.
Is that who you saw? Is that the one? Is that who had it? Or,
Jimmy's a deadhead.
no, but is that was it his Vietnamese that you saw?
Yeah, it's the one I have here in Thailand.
Oh, word.
Uh, Jimmy
Well,
only
you two,
lives 5 hours from me and from my Cleveland home.
I thought you moved out west or some shit.
No,
Or
he
you used
moved
to?
farther south in New York.
Oh yeah.
But
Wherever it was, I knew it was like one of the new legal states.
I'm going to go up and see him when I get back because he was one of 2 years ago. I put up a post and I hit it in a Death Star post, and only the real breeders got back to me. And I offered 6 box sets from Thailand, and it was going to be the better seeds that I found here in Thailand. And I offered them to 6 different people. And Jimmy's one of them. I'm going to take in his box set and deliver it personally. I'll probably deliver Duke Diamonds personally.
Both those guys would be cool to hang out with.
Yeah. And they were both like, well, what do you want for it? And I'm like, I just want trade, guys. I don't want any money to switch hands. I just want us to go back to the old day. I trade you some seeds, you trade me some seeds or a clone or whatever. Now, I did this for my own reasons too, kind of selfishly, because I'm not a person you can ask Bud. I don't ask for a lot of stuff. And if I usually get something, I usually try to pay for it. But, when you got something special and I've got some favors added up, I kind of appreciate that I asked for. But yeah, I didn't want anything from any of these guys unless they worked them and turned them into something. Then send me a pack of seeds, some seeds of them, not a pack. Send me like 100. Let me do a good pheno hunt.
So the Hmong Tai came, or no, the black came from you, but the Hmong Tai didn't.
The black didn't come from me, and the Hmong Thai didn't come from me, and the Hmong is actually they're Lao people. I thought
I've got Hmong,
those are the
I've got
Hmong.
Hmong friends. I know that. That's what it's called. So that's what I'm calling it.
Okay,
All right, but have you seen that Thai that he grows?
no, I haven't seen the Thai itself. I've only seen pictures of the black,
Word. Well, I'm gonna check it
and
out
I
anyway.
call I call it a spindly plant. But hey, it may
I
be
expect
one
that.
of those.
I want to
It
see a
may
string of
be one
pearls.
of the. It may be one of those strains that you don't use because of bud size or crystal structure. It may be because of what
It gets you
else the
fucked up.
plant has. Exactly.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a string of pearls that makes me want to peel my skull back.
You know, I've got a couple strains here that test in the 4 to 6% THCV.
I ain't
Oh
that
yeah,
fat, dude. I just got my winter fluff.
Seattle's Chronic. I got to get him out his pack too. And I
Oh,
sent off the seeds to Prima. So next year, when Argent enters her competition, she can destroy them.
that's
I
cool.
gave her, gave her, I gave her the Death Star dumpster times East Bay.
That sounds like a sex move, Cap.
No, that's straight out gas
Death
funk.
Star
I'm fucking
dumpster.
you up.
Get ready, girl.
That's two Ohio
That's what
strings
I call my
crossed
girl,
together.
actually. Damn, that fucking joint got me high. I'm only halfway through it. That fucking Donnie
Yeah.
Burger rocks me every time.
Yeah, that was another bud strain I wish I could have tried.
No, I can't find. Oh, my lighter's right in front of me. That's why I can't find it.
I can't wait to come out and try like that I-95 that Bud's got.
I know, dude. I want to taste that thing too, dude. Well, I want to taste that DMT pen more than that, but uh, I don't have like an intimately close relationship with I-95, but I've had a smoked it, and I'd like to get to know her better.
Well, the East Bay that we use is a sour dog times I-95 times I-95D. And it definitely tightened up the bud structure
I'm
and it
sorry, yeah.
turned the lemon terp, cleaner terp into sweet candy terp lemon.
I like
But it's
I'm popping some lemon tree cross, looking for like a creamy lemon tree by creamsicle.
So far,
my
I'm rolling joints for tomorrow, and I rolled Bubba's,
Romulan.
I-95, and Larry OG, and now I'm a couple grape gas.
Do you have any of the Romulan ready?
Yeah, Romulan.
That's a
Yeah,
little bit lighter smoke than the Bubba, that's for sure.
yeah. This
Does
one's
your
kind of
Larry OG
tasty.
have a nice sweet taste to it?
But
Does
I've
your
been
Larry OG
sampling
have a
a
sweet
dozen
taste,
different kinds,
Bud?
and none of them. Cookies and cream. That one's killer. I like that. Uh,
I'm gonna
and
pop
I
extreme cream here.
95, Larry, I like, and yeah, I don't know. They're just strains. Like none of
Hey,
them.
Jay,
They're like okay. They're,
I took
they
Red
have great
Setters.
representations of like their place in time. That's what I realized. Like strains just keep getting better. Like I could see myself going from like chasing sort of some of these legacy strains to then going right back to like the latest, greatest hype strain.
J5, since you're in Michigan, have you seen any of Red Setter's strawberry and cream flower?
I haven't seen anybody's flower but my flower in
Okay.
like,
Well, I
years.
took it. I took his strawberry and cream, which is a really good producer, besides that really good taste all the way through.
Dude, I
And
can't finish this joint.
I hit that with the East Bay, and that bulked it up a little bit. But That should be a killer one too. I'll send that out to you.
That strawberries and cream is a exotic, yeah.
Yeah, but Red Setter
What's the
found a
lineage? Do you
really
know?
outstanding one.
Well, yeah, just kind of like
It's
that
ice.
Fazoli's fucking
It's
line skunk.
ice cream. It's ice cream and something.
It's not cookies and cream and like strawberry fields or something like that.
I don't know.
That's what I'm feeling it would be.
I have a hard time remembering lineages that were crossed from one to another, and that was it. You know, you get strains today, and it's like, well, the female has 6 different parents, and the male has 7.
Hey, did I introduce you guys to my new rock?
Your new rock.
Yeah, you see this one?
You painted it?
Did I tell
Yeah.
you his name yet?
No.
It's hard rock core.
Oh.
You see his face? Look at the lips. Look at the mouth on that on him, huh? Hardly rock core. Hard rock core. My mom named him that.
Who painted it?
My mom named him that.
Who
Oh, who
painted
painted
it?
it?
Did you paint it
Some
or it came out?
8-year-old girl down the street at the garage sale on Sunday.
The artist painted it.
My last pre-roll joint. I'm gonna have to roll more.
Look at those googly eyes on hard rock core.
I still got a quarter-pound of weed. I'm gonna end up giving a lot of flour away, I think. So I gave out these free dabs for
Oh
2
shit.
nights at my friend's shop. I took the first hit, and then I got 2 other people to hit it. And then nobody else in the whole place wanted to hit it because all 3 of us were coughing for like 10 minutes.
Sounds like you were taking hot dabs.
No, I was using a curved bucket, and I was putting the dab in there, and I had a smaller torch, and we were doing low temp. And I was running the carb for them because they didn't understand that part. But no, I do low temp because if I do higher temperature ones, they make me cough too much and they hurt. But I can't do dabs, but I can fucking smoke 10 joints a day and a pack and a half of cigarettes. God, I can't wait to get back to Seneca cigarettes too. Holy shit. I spend way too much money here. That's why when I go to Cambodia, I try to bring back 4 or 5 cartons of cigarettes from there because I can pick them up for $15 a carton. That's $10 cheaper than Seneca's. But shit, right now, weed's cheaper than tobacco. I posted on IG about an ad that just popped up because it's harvest season. And you can buy kilos now for 8,000 baht. So you're looking at a couple $100 a pound. And it's crystally greenhouse weed.
Greenhouse
Yep,
down there.
yep.
That's got to be tough.
Well, there's
Humidity's
basically
got to be a
3 months.
fucking.
There's 3 months out of the year you just veg in them. And
Right.
then you do have to run dehumidifiers in them, and you have to run at least a 40% shade cloth. If you don't run the 40% shade cloth, it burns off all your trichlomes. You know, when I was at the shop, I showed a picture of the scale. That was the Chiang Rai purple. And there's no trichlomes on that, but it gets you high.
No, 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 no cake in a cup. No fucking blokes up in here, son. Hardly core can talk about my mom's, but you can't, homie. Bloke. You fucking cunt. What up, chat? Ryan, she can't call you back because you fucking are. Well, I ain't gonna go. I ain't gonna tell you. I ain't gonna go there. I ain't gonna tell you what she told me.
You didn't tip enough.
Tip. Jeez. That's about all she got. Well, what it felt like anyway, I guess.
Oh, someone had a wet noodle.
Tip might be an overstatement.
I had a girl ask me, because she asked me how old I was, and at the time I told her 50. She goes, I have Viagra if you need. I said, I'm not that old.
Yeah, you like that mouth on him, all right. You're a bad boy. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, huh? Or rock in this case.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
Your battery ain't the only thing dying. I hear you got dead dick too there, hardcore.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wah, wah.
Hey,
That's the sound it makes
don't.
when he unzips his pants. Wah, wah, wah. The only thing gay about me is this rock named after you, Ryan. In my vicinity, anyway, I guess is what I'm saying. The only gay thing I have is that.
gotta get a pack of seeds out in the mail today. Totally forgot about that. So I sold my 8th pack of seeds here in Thailand today. If I would have had a table full of compound,
Actually,
exotic,
cake nos. Oops, sorry. Actually, cake nos gives you the munchies in a lot of cases.
I don't get the munchies anymore. I'll actually be hungry and smoke a joint and not be hungry. When I was in my teenage years, we gave me the munchies, but not anymore. That must have been the paraquat. I think it's getting about time to head up to the air conditioning. I'll pack the last of my bags tonight, then clean the house tomorrow. Probably get a hotel room for tomorrow and the next night after that, so I can have an air conditioner and not be sleeping on the floor. But find that $200, that was a damn good thing. I came across an envelope amongst a bunch of other letters and shit and opened it up, and there was 2 $100 bills in there. Which will be enough to pay for my hotel in Bangkok for 3 nights.
Welcome to the club, Marshall. As a full honorary Aussie, I give my full support in your Aussie-dom. I was Russell Crowe in a while ago. It was a big day. Dual citizen. Big responsibility.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah, I got Russell Crowe in. Russell Crowe isn't from Australia. He's a Kiwi, but they Russell Crowe'd him in because of his locks, his beautiful hair.
I've been watching a mini series called Black Sail. It's about NASA and pirates and everything.
Arr! Speaking of pirates, I saw Marshall in there. I'm getting Marshall's 420 win together. Oh, let me get that thing over there. How do I get on that fucker? I don't know how. Oh yeah, there we go. Arr! Pirates of the Emerald Triangle. Some mystery Panama Red. I figured be up Marshall's alley. And then I also got these.
We just had the golden triangle here.
I don't know if you can read that. Probably not. Anyway, what is GV? GV Grant or something Valley? I forgot what it is. Anyway,
Grass
Nepalese
Valley.
hash plant. What did you say, Cap?
Grass Valley.
I don't think that's it. Anyway, it's a fucking cool hash plant, a Nepalese hash plant. Hit with the cherry pie Kush mayo that Ozark Nation has. Some hooligan selections. And I've also got, he was talking about Lemon Tree the other day when which was dope as fuck, dude. Marshall wins just a random pick of a person in chat, seed pack from Growcast. And I was watching, and like about an hour after that, they picked another person, and they're like, "Oh, who was the first one? I got to write his name down." And I was like, they couldn't remember, and I typed it in chat, and he's like, "Oh yeah, martial artist, that's fucking dope. Put J5 down for a pack too." So I got hooked up. That was dope. But he had talked about, he was looking at a lemon tree cross. So I threw a couple of oh yeah, I'm over here. Lemon Tree by Creamsicle Femmes in.
Yeah, I have
I
a
also,
friend
he had
that
been
packed
smoking
a
sour D the
regular
other day,
pack of those.
and I like the whole hash plant theme. So I've got a couple sour D by HP13 from CSI, and then the homie Westport Posse. I just got these a few days ago, or whatever, a week ago or something. Threw a couple of them in there too. And then I got all those femmes. I gotta fucking find something to put 7 different femme seeds or of 11 beans. And I guess I'm gonna have to go with like the mini fucking baggies like this, which I have from fucking shit like this. So they're all being reused, so that's cool. Anyway, that's that. Me and hard rocky core here are out. Not out, but done talking. What's up, bud? What you puffing on?
Larry, I think I'm smoking. I have
Nice.
a couple half joints here. Well, I have a whole ashtray of all these different ones I've been trying over the last couple of days.
Does it hit you like Donnie? Because Donnie's a GMO Larry
No, it's not
Cross.
Donnie. Donnie was a fucking heavy hitter. I grew that for a while. That was
Yeah,
bomb.
combining that with GMO just did something right, dude.
That was a strong one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They're all different. They all have their place.
Right, right.
Like I don't mark any of these joints. Some of them I can kind of probably dry hit and tell what they are. And then I know when I put them together,
The dry hit is underrated.
like somehow I won't be able to tell the difference. Like, oh, when we smoke them, yeah, but I never mark them. But sometimes that's like the true test.
Hell yeah. You
Like
should be
there's
able to
a
tell what it
couple of
is
these
from the
in
dry
here,
hit.
and then through the day, I don't know, smoke this one, smoke that one, and then one will stand out. Like that's when you'll notice the high or the how it smokes and is it really good or not, or how it
That's
smells
what
in
I
the
usually.
crowd.
That's usually what I do. Is I try to test strains like early morning, like the first smoke of the day, because I
I do
smoke
too.
such heavy strains that by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, yeah, you
I,
have to
I
have a really heavy hitter. I can't tell the difference.
that first smoke of the day is the best one representation, but it's not like I'm not gonna test more throughout the rest of the day. And by doing that, every once in a while, like you said, you run into one that just cuts through right through everything. And you're like, yep,
Yeah.
that one might be sticking around. Because yeah, you know, even it might be like my third smoke of the day, and I'll be like, ooh, I'm gonna try that one out tomorrow morning, like first puff. Shit like that too. So when I have new tree, I usually have a lot to fucking test, and so I sample all day long.
Yeah, that's like your full-time job when you have a bunch
Fuck
of
yeah,
joints.
smoke the
Like,
weed,
you
son.
can't just smoke it once and make any kind of rational. You have to like get to know it. And actually, you got to grow it again to make sure it's even
Worth it.
repeatable and all that.
This is on my list.
I rolled all these joints, but forgot like the trimmers left these balls of scissor.
Hash.
Yeah, and I don't really need a couple more joints, but I wanted to roll a couple with, but I forgot. Now I'm like, all right.
Which one's got the hash in it?
No, I haven't put them in. I'm like I already rolled 10 joints. Figured that's enough for tomorrow, but I guess we'll go with a couple more with the hash in it.
I think hash joints at Neil Young would go over great.
Well, it's not like I smoke with people. People don't smoke with each other, really.
Not anymore.
I like. I mean, if somebody around me like wants to hit it, then I'll give them the rest of it. But I will want. I don't. I that was like pre-COVID. I'm not into like. I'm anti-social. I'll give. That's why I rolled so many joints. I'll give somebody one if they. Oh, hey, that smells good. I'll be like, oh, you like that? Oh, here. Like, but like, I don't smoke with people. Me and my homeboy Dave, who are going together, yeah, we'll be puffing. He's like a super keef collector, like, and always well, he has a snod grass that he's had forever with those little glass pearl things, like as a screen, and he'll always just we'll just hit like some pure fucking like melt or whatever the fuck. I guess it's called melt, but me and Dave been growing together for like 20 some years. We know he's a little older than me. Yeah, that's his thing. He grows a shitload of weed and collects the fucking melt and always has like few different kinds of like strains. He likes that breeder called symbiotic and grows a lot of that here. And it's always fire. We'll be hitting key.
Man, that is the worst. When you find something and then immediately lose it again.
I did that like 3 times
Ah.
yesterday. And it's like I only had that in my hand like 20 minutes ago.
Like, dude, I got this whole
But
fucking tray. I've got like, 72 plugs, but there's only like 68 of them up, right? Only. That's a good fucking number. They're already ready to come out of those fucking things. I gotta transplant them tomorrow. But so I've got this fucking tray, and I don't know what the fuck's what. But like I have a good idea in my head, but I don't like solidly have confirmation, visual confirmation. And then I just found it before this, and then proceeded to lose it again. That's what I was doing there for the last fucking 5 minutes. Yeah. So you
that's
want to hear
why
what
I
I
keep
have like above ground
a
so far?
notebook.
That's what I was looking for, the damn notebook. A mini one. But yeah, I've got all those auto flowers I fucking popped the other night. They all came popped up, so that's cool. I just soaked them and went into one gal's, see what they do. There's like 10 or 11 of them, I think. But yeah.
Well, you'll definitely know those pretty quick.
I need some fresh pot, so it's cool. I'm hoping so.
How could you need some fresh pot? What happened to all the pot? You
I
didn't.
have pot. I mean, I have good pot still. I have pot, but I want new pot. I like
I get
new
it.
shit. Huh?
I get it.
Yeah. Fuck, you
I'm
got
not.
new pot.
New
No, it's,
flavor.
you got you're smoking new pot right now and loving it, I bet.
And I'm
Well, not
smoking
new
the
pot,
same
old pot, but
shit.
new to you again, pot.
And I'm smoking the same shit I've been smoking for like the past 3 months.
Yeah, I've still probably got a good dozen flavors to pick and choose from. And now I've got new hash and this hash and that hash and yeah, we're all right.
I finally finished up the last little bit of bubble gum I have. That
Mm,
was like almost a year old.
that was one of my 420 specials, dude.
Oh,
I scored a $25 pack of bubble gum of THC bubble gum. The regs. I
cool,
don't know what's that.
cool.
I mean, that's a good deal. I have a feel. Wouldn't you say? I don't even think
For
they make them anymore.
$25, yeah.
Yeah. I also got in that one. I also got oh, this one I'm fucking excited for actually. Rare Dankness fucking lemon oasis. It's that fucking which is one of my favorite plants. Oops. That Las Vegas fucking lemon skunk crossed with the rare dankness fucking number two, which is like an OG back cross or a ghost back cross essentially, I think. If I remember right. Anyway, they're fems. I'm gonna pop some of them here in this next wave of seeds. Pretty stoked for that. I'm pretty stoked for the Duke Diamond, the fems. I'm gonna check out his fems, all those Smuckers crosses. I'm gonna pop those here in this next wave too. Yeah, he's got that Smuckers. He hit that to his headband, his SFV cut, and that Sangria Punch, which is a pretty dope fucking plant. So those should be cool too. What else did I get on 420? Fuck. Oh, dude, I got some fucking cool fucking auto regs. Um, MC Hammer is what it's called. It's from that dude Thor, Viking Gardens. He took somebody who's fucking was it? Fast Buds OG something, which I guess is like a solid fucking OG for an auto, and hit it with his Thor's hammer, which I can't remember what the fuck that is, but it's supposedly got like the OG fucking nose and fucking draw and all that shit on it. So we'll see what the fuck. You never know with those autos. Sometimes they're all over the fucking place. What else? There's more shit too. If I think about it. Oh, I scored a big fucking jug of fucking silica skin from fucking Rooted Leaf. 2.5 gallons.
There you go.
At like 42% off or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, I'm a full year again this year. I haven't really fucking been spraying much other than trying to deal with fucking that fucking what the fuck is it? Not Septura. Whatever, one of those stupid fucking fungal things, which I think I've got fucking licked with fucking Genome Micro Solution and a bunch of other shit in the labs. You gotta fucking kill it in the soil because that shit just fucking keep coming back. I had a little bit of it last year, but I think I got it in check. Nothing to where like you took over a plant. Just had to fucking like pluck a few fucking leaves sooner than I would have, kind of thing.
Yeah, if it gets into the bud, you're pretty much screwed because, especially if you don't find it until you're drying it, because those spores would just go everywhere.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, fuck, there's shit everywhere, even when that's not there. Fucking shit's always around us.
Especially powder mildew in Michigan.
Dude, I've fucking ever since I fucking started growing seed plants outside, I ain't seen no one. Nada. Zilch. And since I pulled the plastic too and started doing that where I'm not putting plastic on until fall. I'm going full sun. And then once the rains come in September, I fucking pull the plastic on. Yep, not a fucking spot on anything, dude. Even like my depths and shit, dude. Never fucking had it since I went to seed plant. But then I don't know. They get a lot of fucking air and a lot of fucking sun. You know, like I'm like my spot gets fucking 12 hours some fucking days. You know, like direct. Yeah, so that may have something to do with that.
Most likely it has to do with your surroundings. You're like in a good spot.
Oh, I've had it though too in the past. Like I've ran my cuts and yeah, not as bad as I would inside though. You're right. Like it is a drier kind of like sand lot. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that fucking northern Michigan sand. That's why I have so many golf courses there because they're fucking making water the piss out of them and easy drainage and some beautiful tracks there, dude. Cheap too. Play fucking 5-star fucking pro courses and shit for fucking like $50 if you go play Twilight and shit. Yeah, like not that I wasn't fucking really high before I got on this, but that fucking Donnie joint fucking rocked me, dude. I fucking love that shit. That's about gone. Like there's like one more joint left of that. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, we've brought up done it. I can't for the life of me remember why we stopped running. Other than we just like moved on. I don't know. It rocked for a while. Like I think we ran it for like a year and a half, like pretty predominant. We, it it was killing it. Sometimes, like if I think about it, I'm like, yeah, probably the custody's burned out on it. That's sometimes what happens. No matter how
Yeah,
good,
true.
whatever it is, they just
And everybody was down on GMO there for a while. You know what I mean? And GMO turps, everybody was like over it. It was like, oh, like, and I can imagine out in Cali where you're at, SoCal and shit. Like people get snobby like that, like, oh, it's GMO, no, kush or nothing kind of shit. Like back in the day, OG or fuck off.
and like anything. I remember it's been a while. It's been a couple years since we ran it. Yeah, certain people kept like. There's
I've
always
got,
people that were tired of it when you had a bunch of it, and then are the first ones to keep asking about it when you don't have it anymore. It's like
but
it's
that,
always
but those are the
happened.
people that say that because that was a cool thing to say, probably. You know what I mean? Like everybody hates on like a certain thing, and then it's
Mhm.
like fucking train wreck terps. Like some people smell train wreck and just fucking walk away and shit. I think I've got Donnie and two crosses. I've got those Donnie by Pure Michigan. I'm gonna run a couple of those again, and then I think that Donnie's in Don Mega, isn't it?
Well, Don Mega,
Because
yeah,
I've got Game Time from Exotic. That's Don Mega hit with the red runts, which should be fucking dope, dude. I can't wait for that fucking plant. Tell you the truth. Fucking Red runs onto that fucking uh yeah. What is Donnie? Or what is Don Mega? Donnie and fucking like probably his hood candies or something like that, biddies or something.
Fire.
Yeah. Because you did grow Don, right? And Donnie.
Yeah, I grew both up.
So did the Don Mega remind you of Donnie, but just like had some color to it or something?
Mega was a whole different animal than Donnie
Than
Burger,
Donnie. Yeah.
but they were both good.
Uh, Well, Donnie doesn't flower. I don't know. I guess I've never grown it. What was the flower time on Donnie? Do you remember, Bud? Was it? Did it come in and did it
Back
come in
then,
at a decent time?
you better go at least 70. Even though
Yeah.
at the same time I had some GMO and GMO crosses that were fire as fuck, but they were the stretchiest plants that never really stopped stretching. It wasn't like, oh, week 2, 3, they stopped
Yeah.
stretching. No, they just kept stretching all the way to the end, which was hard to cycle them with other size plants and all that. Um, and Johnny Burger was like part of that GMO. It was stretchy. It was Donnie Burger was manageable for like the straight GMO I had and a couple GMO crosses I had. Man, I never seen a plant that like kept getting taller like 6, 7 weeks in.
Because Larry's kind of a stretchy one too, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like it's OG, right? OG structure,
but it's manageable.
right? But it did seem to tame it down just a little bit, adding it to that GMO, huh?
I mean, it does. It's like it stretches in the transition, and that's it.
Like it's
Type.
supposed to, yeah.
Yeah, like GMO is different that way. Like at least the ones I grew, like fuck, that thing just
But that's what I'm saying. Like the
like
adding the Larry to that GMO to make the Donnie kind of like brought that stretch into check a little, made it more manageable.
yeah. I mean, truth is, plants that stretch like that are yeah, they take extra care. You got to time it different. You got to do some
Whip them
things
early.
where they grow up into the lights.
Yeah, you don't want them bleached tips.
That I think that was the reason. Like, cause it wasn't like I forget what else we were growing, but like there's always 2 or 3, 4 strains, and some of the criteria is that you fit along with them, like your character, your your needs, your range, your whatever. Like that's part of it. Like when certain things don't fit, oh, this one takes longer. Nah, like if you have like a whatever size room and you have a couple trays of different kinds, you want to harvest all in the same day. You don't want to be like, oh, all right, let's harvest this section and that section. I'll leave this section for an extra week or that doesn't work.
Right, right.
You either go all one way or so those are like things like everyone has their own goals or like what they're trying to accomplish, whether it's all the way up the scale. And some of the methods that people use and work for this person, but not so much for it's all about that. Like what are you trying to accomplish? You know what I mean? And one thing about cannabis growing, oh, we have so many different ways to accomplish the task of growing good weed, basically because so many people over the years have had so many different parameters and they've all found ways to make it work for them.
Right.
I mean, a lot of times, not so much talk, but yeah, height compromise is a big thing. Like, you know, a lot of grow spaces don't have the highest ceilings, and a lot of strains that have a tendency
Which
to stretch, which is a lot of strains of the modern strains. Yeah, that's a bitch growing strains that stretch so much if you don't
and the
have
ones that don't stretch
ceilings
can be a
or
bitch
outside.
too,
If you're outside, well, then none of that matters. But
right?
like the average
Like
height of the tent's pretty short. Like,
the ones
and there's
that
plenty of
grow like
genetics
stumps,
that
like
do
Bubba,
stay short.
like Bubba, like fucking shit that
More of the indicas, bubbas, or fat leaf varieties, a lot of those stayed pretty squat. And crosses that were made with those, they stay pretty squat. But like most of the hybrid name game strains of right now, most of those are all pretty stretchy. But if you know how to time your veg and sort cycle, veg cycle, and you know, and then you can utilize that transition stretch to your advantage. Now, if you don't have like, oh, if you're running one perpetual, meaning clone, veg, flower, clone, just one cycle, oh, that's pretty hard to do. Like, I did that for a long time before I realized, oh, you got to have clone, veg, and two flowering cycles, two spaces offset 1 month each, basically, right? Roughly. Because then the clones are the right size, the cycling works. Like if you're like trying to have clones from plants you're turning back, so you got to take the clone when you turn the plant back. Holy shit, two over 2 months, 70, let's say 70 days. That's a long time. That plant's going to be, you'd have to take clones off of that plant to have healthy, right sized plants to replace the cycle. Like if you were, you know, but if you had two flowering rooms and then you'd be vegging short cycle, bam, 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 bam. Well, then it's easy to carry a strain and keep it in cycle in the right size and right age and all that. That's just my experience. Like if I had to go back to like just one chamber each, yeah, and then you couldn't do some like, yeah, it changes things. A lot more work to hold strains. And then you have to have moms and this whole thing. Like I don't do a like even though we have moms like backup, we don't take clones from the mom. The clones come off of the next cycle in this like timing that's like you always think, God, are these going to be big enough by then? Oh, they are. 2 weeks, they'd be surprised. What happened, everyone? We're all muted. I think it's probably time to sign this show off.
Dude, I just shouted out the entire chat on mute.
Figured something was going on.
What the fuck?
I was like,
Oh, dude. I was even cracking Korkowski jokes. Fuck me. Damn it. I illuminated the rose quartz for Hillbilly Herbs.
And I smoked so much weed.
I guess I'll fucking go back and do it again.
That I'm out of
it. Oh shit. Get back here. Can you hear me, bud?
Yeah, I hear you.
What the fuck is going on here? There we go.
It's like maybe Christmas Eve for me, because like I don't know when these Neil tickets and shows got announced. It was months ago. And at the time it seemed like, oh, it's so far away. But oh fuck, Crazy Horse and fuck, dude. I'm in hog heaven. Like we we never thought Neil was gonna tour anymore like this. Like he said things in interviews over the last 4 years that made it seem like we might have seen the last of it.
Dude, whenever I think of like my favorite Neil experience was a Crazy Horse show on the Horde tour back in like fucking 97 or some shit like that. And this lineup's got fucking everyone from fucking Beck to Morphine to Primus.
That was when Neil, because he's really the king of grunge.
But buddy,
when you really break down,
like
he plays a lot of styles, but no one can fucking quite distort and have as much gear, like raw distortion at peak 11 and contain it. That's Neil's whole rig, is like king of distortion, and he can finesse distortion like there's no one better at it.
Yeah, dude. Like it wasn't it was outside, but he blew the fucking doors off that place, dude. And like I said, like Beck came out in a white suede cowboy suit, whipping a whip and all this shit, and that was all cool and all. Well, Morphine's fucking legendary, but Neil just fucking rocked it.
Work during COVID because they had this barn way up on this ranch in Colorado that was like well, they made a movie out of it. They made 2 movies, full albums out of the work, because basically during COVID they all the whole clan holed up at this place, this property, beautiful property that had this like giant barn structure that had seen better days, as far as like I don't even think the roof, like it was like gigantic planks. It was hundreds of years old. And then they put some money into whatever they did, and then they brought the trucks out, like the recording trucks, and then I forget what they called that. That's like, yeah, during COVID, Crazy Horse put in like all these original songs Neil wrote. They made like a movie out of it. They made an album. Then they did it again, second session during COVID, because like everyone was holed up, no tour, no anything. And then now, because people don't remember this, but the tickets were supposed to go on sale for Neil Young and Crazy Horse that March, whatever, the day we locked down was the day that the tickets were supposed to go on sale for this Crazy Horse tour. I guess it's going on 5 years ago now or something like that. And then because of COVID, they canceled that tour. Right, that tour never happened.
All right. So, this is the makeup.
Well, it isn't really a makeup. Like, yeah, this they're finally touring again. Hey, the Killers shows they keep announcing more, but they announced one night at the Gorge. Now,
That's
I have to look at the calendar. Like the only time it's worth going to the Gorge for me, because I've experienced the Gorge for different events, uh, is when it's 2 nights. Because the Gorge basically lets you camp there, or like has
exactly.
camping. Like you go out there, it's way out there, and
give me 2 nights at the Gorge
like
over
the
2
only
nights at
venue
Red
in our
Rocks any
country
day.
that like does it like that anymore. Where it's like you go to a show that could be like a 2-day, 3-day fucking wild party at the Gorge because they have parking, camping, this whole thing.
The
That's
one
part of the event, part of the place.
even though you can't camp at
Band plays there
Alpine,
2 nights.
even though you can't camp at Alpine anymore, the cool thing is all the pop-up campgrounds. And there's ones that are there year after year after year.
Yeah.
And it's just a party, dude. And they have they have like late night shows, they have tanks going off, they everything. What you could want or need.
First time I went to Alpine was like in '82. And I was like, and then yeah, I remember
Dude, that was rocking then,
going, oh, this place has potential. Because I remember there were campgrounds around, like in the area. Deadheads were welcome. We played multiple nights there on the East Coast tour.
Deer Creek and Alpine used to just be the fucking shit, dude. That was like must fucking for any tour.
Yeah, no, we used to have fun there. Like I know over the years rules and different things happen, but for a lot of years that place it was like, yeah, they were into it from the beginning. Like they weren't trying to like ban
it. Correct.
It got that way at the end. Like any place, they can only put up with so much before it's like,
you give them so much, like you said before, you give them so much rope and they'll take it all or whatever.
That's what Deadhead did. Like,
hey, buddy, correct me if I'm wrong though. Didn't Jerry say Alpine was his favorite place to play?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if Jerry ever really said where. Maybe
I was told that's why.
There's a lot of favorite places. I mean, because I know in some interviews, obviously Winterland and
I was told that's why
they did places in the Bay Area. Like as far as like,
I was told that's why they did. It's all downhill from here.
Made the vibe, and especially the vibe backstage and the whole thing. Like he was way ahead of his time. Like Bill Graham used to. Yeah, I went.
You know what movie I'm talking about, buddy?
There were different promoters, John Scher and this name in different areas, but no one was close to like during that era of what a Bill Graham show was. Whether it was a Dead or any other Bill Graham show he did, like he should just understand or like know how to make the vibe right for whatever band. He didn't just always do Dead shows. Some of the best, most epic events were Bill Graham events. Days on the Green and shit like that.
I was just told at one point in time that the movie it's downhill from here. That was shot at Alpine Alpine because on Jerry's request or whatever. Like Jerry chose Alpine.
Yeah,
so it was his favorite place to play.
They liked it there, and even
because
though
like they recorded that whole tour,
like the ultimate shed, like it is a shed. During those '80s, those were like a cool new type of venue, sheds. Then, like in today's world, yeah, sheds, they're like a dime a dozen. Most of them are not that.
Now it's the band shells
from
and
like a
band covered VIP.
You know what I mean? They're not the most. They're like sheds are kind of like, I don't know, hard to explain. They don't have much charm.
No. What up, chat? I'm gonna try this again.
We were staying in like it was like I guess they were like little condos or whatever. It was a hotel, but it was like off-season ski thing because we were there off season. It was like little condos, like townhouses in this whatever. And the band was also staying at that same place, and each little unit had its own little townhouse type thing. Um, in the 80 early 80s, 82, maybe it was the first year I went up there. And I don't know, the one memory I have is that there was like a whole bunch of limos that came to pick up the band to bring them to the shows. And from like the patio of our place, we could see this turnout where all the limos were lined up and the band members were getting in the to go to head to the show. But other than that, I don't even think that weekend I wasn't like was partying with them or whatever. Might have, I don't know. It was all just one blur at that point. I was partying, that was for sure. We were there. That was like in August or something.
My problem is the shit blends into like, especially like going to same venues and shit year after year. Like the shit just kind of blends into one show. And
yeah, no.
To like,
well, venues,
the specifics are gone, but
like I never got confused like what venue I was in because they were all so unique. Like, oh, you knew when you were in the Spectrum, you knew when you were in Madison Square Garden, you knew when you were wherever you were, right? Um, Now, what year and what month and how did I get here? Those things, like, there were times when we had no idea what color or brand or anything of the rent a car. Like, we'd have a key that was like whatever brand, but we like we walked lots trying to find cars. We didn't even know what we were looking for, but we pulled up in it. But like 3, 4 hours later, by the time the show's over, we had no idea. We didn't remember. No one remembered where we parked, what kind of car it was. We were fucked up.
cake. That's a good one. J5 won't show his face, not because he is not a dentist. I don't get that part, but because he has a flip top head, like the fucking Terrence and Phillip is what I'm picturing, which is pretty
Now,
fucking funny.
saying that hardcore.
No, that was Cake in a Cup.
Oh, they team up on you.
He's getting in on it now. Yeah, he's throwing his Aussie.
Well, I got a feeling
things that half make sense in.
Most likely, you start.
Whoa, what happened, bud? Well, I'll shout out chat now. What up, everybody? What up, Hardly Core? What up, Caker? Martial artist still holding it down. What up, homie? Hillbilly Herbs. Midwest Outlaw. Good to see you, dude.
How many
What
people?
up, Benny Ben? Good morning, my friend.
I can pull it up.
Who else we got? Rod Handler.
I still got work.
We've got Al telescoping. If you're still in there, what up, dude? That's as far back as it'll let me go. And of course, there is the big force, Christoph 5-4.
Well, I'm surprised there's anybody listening to us at all because, like,
there's 34 of them fucking crazy mofos in there.
We don't have anything worthy of films. We're both just stoned and babbling. I'm trying to get high on a whole bunch of shit because
Send me one of those pens and I'll blast off on here with you, buddy.
Holy shit! Thanks for reminding me. I got to bring that with me tomorrow. Thing is,
Yeah, you do.
I've had pens in shows, and normally it's like, oh, it faintly smells a little chemically DMT. Oh no, you exhale out of this pen, you're like, holy fuck, what it like? It's so rank and so strong and potent that, yeah, I'm
There's
not
no
sure
LED.
that's public consumption. Like people might be like, what the fuck? What is that? Because it does smell like very bizarre to say the least.
Taker. It's just a cheap old little headlamp
It's not really,
light,
no.
a white light. It is a rose quartz. That's why it's pink. Cake thought that was an LED.
LEDs.
He thought I had like an LED, a pink LED behind this rock, but it's a pink quartz with just a white. Yeah, I guess it probably is LED.
Huh.
What did I miss? Anybody? Midwest, Benny Ben. I think I got everyone. What up, lurkers? Lurking and a jerking and a twerking and smoking joints and doing other stuff.
Some hardcore Fumi or content cannabis people that pretty much through thick and thin are always there. I'm one of those people. Like if I'm not like participating in the show, I'm like in the chat. I don't always say anything, but I'm always listening. Or not always, but to most of the stuff. It's weird how I replaced the news. I used to watch the news a lot. Now I don't watch it at all. But I replaced that amount of like my attention to like cannabis content, which is kind of same monotonous insanity as the news.
I traded sports. 100%, buddy. I used to follow baseball, football, basketball.
Some mornings I torture myself with like, I'm just getting up and having a cup of coffee or two, getting stoned, and I turn on Guerrero. And some days I'm like, oh, okay.
Drives me nuts.
Other days I'm like, something about the whole thing irritates the shit out of me. And
oh,
I'm like,
dude, I can't do it.
Why do I start my morning with something that irritates me? There's so many other things I could listen to or even silence. But somehow I realize like I'm addicted to getting myself irritated. Like stupid shit that has no bearing on me. I don't even comment. No one even knows. But some of it, I'm like, oh God.
I never thought of it like that, but it is.
Like, how, what? What am I listening to? These guys are talking about what?
Dude, that is so funny you say that, buddy. Because I'm the same fucking way. It's the only reason, because it drives me fucking nuts.
I didn't follow
and I can only do it like once a week or so.
But like there's always like these other characters. It's like the gnarly soap opera in a way. Toad. I don't even know what happened to Toad. So he was now Toad, and then
I haven't fucked with Tony for a while.
Somehow stole the FGP3 and all everything. Like
that ain't fucking dude
stuff, right? I'm like,
yeah, that's bullshit, dude. I'll tell you that. DP did not help him.
Lives. They'd tune in to the soap
Chris
opera.
Got himself
right?
off there, dude,
and watch these actors and this crazy thing, and everybody had some fucking motive.
He talked some shit on DP, is what I was told.
Soap operas. I don't even think those things are popular.
DP didn't fucking stand up for him
because you don't need to make a soap opera TV show, because you could just go to YouTube, Instagram, any number of places and join in real time one of these soap operas happening. Like yeah, and it's weird.
Well, yeah, just like you said,
we still watch soap operas.
Totally,
right?
buddy.
We talk about it at the water cooler and shit. Except that it's like self-made soap operas.
Look what you just said, dude. Right? Like you said, DP got him kicked off or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so then there's the
That's
other
what
side
the
of the
kid
story,
was
just like a
saying.
soap
I
opera.
have no idea. Like, to be honest,
There's always
like,
two
who
sides,
the
right?
fuck knows?
There's always two sides, like a soap opera. So Chris says DP got him kicked off. Well, DP says, and which I believe is true, is like Chris got himself fucking kicked off. Like, what like just Peter didn't want him on anymore, and DP didn't go to bat for him. Didn't like stand up and be like, "Yo, no, he's fucking whatever." DP's like, "Yeah, I guess if you think that's what's up, that's
Yeah,
what's up."
well,
But and the
okay.
reason that DP didn't say anything, he said, is because I guess Chris was talking shit about him or some shit on his show, like behind his back or whatever the fuck. And
Well,
so
yeah. I mean,
he
it's
didn't go to
whack.
bat for him. That's
It's
what I
whack.
was told.
It's whack. And
But like
like,
you said, there's always two sides to every story. It's
but
a
like
soap
somehow
opera.
at 9:30 in the morning when I get this notification, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna dummy myself down for 3 hours, put this nonsense on, drink some coffee, and then wonder why I'm like in zombie land, like after an hour listening to some pretty crazy shit. Not always. Sometimes, okay, I get the community thing and I love the vibe of that, but it's
Dude, Marshall, I agree 100%. DP is fucking dope, dude, and that's why like back when I didn't do it. Yeah, I did because I fucking told the dude I won, right? DP is fucking a cool dude. He's offered that fucking platform up. We can go bullshit over there on FPC fucking 3 or
no,
whatever the fuck. Like we
no,
wanted to. Like DP's
but
a stand up dude,
but
and he
but
said that shit about um told me that shit about Guerrero or whatever. And I was like, dude, fuck that. I was like, I won't go on that dude's show ever again. And I haven't. I went on there a couple times back, whenever the fuck, last year, last growing
yeah.
season.
Well, the bottom line is wait,
But
this
I'm
is
just
all
kind of over him
like
anyway.
it
But
shouldn't, even though it's easy to say there shouldn't be any of that. Like, I don't know how. Like, can we all just get along? Or like, I don't understand why there's like stuff like that. But there is, and there's no like that's just part of life, I
Chris
guess.
is a little more calculated than we fucking think too. He knows that fucking shit sells, dude. He ain't fucking stupid. He acts dumb, but he isn't fucking completely. He doesn't know what the fuck
No,
he's
it's
doing
not.
growing, obviously. But he's not retarded. He just looks it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, there's a little demographic slice for yeah. There's if you don't like this channel, then this channel, or if you don't like any of it, then go do whatever else you want to do. Like, no one's forcing no one to fucking watch anything or
No,
be
I agree.
part of
Like to
or
troll
care.
and to
You
fucking
know?
do shit like that shit's just dumb, dude. Like I'll say I'll
Well,
say
yeah.
my what I think, but I'm not like gonna go there and like thumbs down or do whatever or write bad shit or whatever the fuck, Like I'm not fucking dumb like that. I don't even know how to do any of that shit. But whatever.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, like you
If I
can't take
really
any of this shit
like I
serious.
like Toad, I don't watch his shit. I haven't watched his shit for a year because he's told me while defending fucking Atlas Seed Co. to suck his crippled dick, and I said, "Word."
I never, hey, dude, I never
And
said
I just never
anything to
fucking
that
been back
guy,
on that
nothing.
channel.
But somehow he fucking hates me from like whatever. So I was banned from the Guerrero show day one per
Oh, dude, I
Toad.
was watching that day when you're trying to give away fucking seeds and do something fucking cool, and then all of a sudden he starts throwing a fit. That was bullshit, dude. And then he just made a shitty fucking day for a bunch of people
Well, like I
that were gonna
noticed
have a
it,
good day.
right? I don't know, but he seems to have a big chip on his shoulder, and that's just
And
part of
Chris kicked
his
you off, dude. Oh my
thing.
god, dude, that pissed me off.
And like, so I never took it personal. I didn't give a
Were you
shit.
looking in chat that
Like,
day? Did you see
like,
me?
oh my God, you banned me from what? The dumbest fucking show on cannabis?
Did you see
Okay.
me in chat? I hope you saw that shit, dude. I was like, fuck that shit. You owe that man an apology. I was like fucking
But
going
like,
off. And
I laughed at all that because like, I wait, none of that means anything.
True
I
that.
don't give a fuck
True.
about that. Like it
Right,
didn't
right.
fucking didn't fade. I remember I was at the Emerald Cup hanging out with Peter, and then Chris came up, and then it was like he's like right then. This is like 2, 3. He's like, dude, I didn't do that. That was like the he like was I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck about any of that, dude. What the fuck? Who cares about fucking some bullshit and some fucking YouTube, fucking Instagram, any of that shit? Like, I never had any qualms. I wouldn't know if I did because I don't like. To me, it's not even reality, right? I
Yo,
mean, it
Stony, I
could
would.
be if you wanted to, but
I'll
here's
say
the
something.
difference, though. Like, oh, a lot of the people I see that I like, it kind of just sort of turns me off a bit. Yeah, it's just the sales. Uh, uh, it's all about sales. Like, oh, whenever there's drama, it has to do with shit like that, usually, right? Like, oh, so and so's selling something, this person's bad mouthing that person because they're selling the same shit or whatever the fuck, dude, right? Sales. That's where all the beefs seem to be about, whether it's breeders beefing or this or that, it's sales. I ain't selling shit, so none of that shit, but I don't pay attention to any of that shit. Oh, I mean, oh, I'm a drama. I'm a consumer of drama. I admit that, but nah, I laugh. Like it's funny to me. Some of this shit's really pretty ridiculous, right?
True.
And considering that, like, oh, I can so chance see
Dope
online
operas,
and I see
dude.
like
Hey,
hundreds
buddy.
of thousands of views and people like that tens of thousands of fucking shit and stuff. And then I'm like, wait, like all like Canada is a big thing, like every so many smokers, growing thing. And then there's like next to no views, next to no growth. Uh yeah. I think some of that has to do with what we're talking about.
Yo, bud. You know what? That you know what? What we're watching every day are dope operas.
Yeah,
Instead of soap operas, they're dope operas.
yeah, dope operas. Yeah, the latest. There's always some latest story, some latest thing.
That was hardcore. I gotta give credit where credit is
Slowed
due.
down a little bit. Like there was like a couple years ago after COVID, it seemed like it was more active, but whatever. But even amongst like other communities I see, oh geez, dude, like pro surfing, holy
Hey,
shit.
hardcore.
Go watch pro surfing and read the chat in YouTube that uh holy shit, dude, it's hard to even explain the level of depravity and crazy shit that gets said and
Hey,
uh,
I gotta give Guerrero Show credit too for that, and Rotten Skateboards actually, because hardcores in chat just now he said free pack of seeds for someone to hop on that's never been on before. And Ryan said that he had popped his panel cherry on the Guerrero Show, which is the exact same place I popped my cherry was the Guerrero Show. And the reason I my cherry got popped was because Rotten Skateboards was on and offered up some fucking like homey fucking seeds of that fucking orange crush from back in the day, hit with fucking with Sunset, I believe, like straight from Cookie Fam, and gave me like I don't know half a dozen or five seeds. I think of that. He sent like another pack and a bunch of stickers and shit. But yeah, I was fucking dope because of Rotten giving away those fucking seeds and me being such a fucking seed junkie that made me hop on, dude. And it was the most nervous I ever fucking was, dude. My fucking heart was jumping through my fucking chest. Every fucking cell in my body said to fucking run away, dude. Like fight or flight type shit, dude. Like what I've been avoiding my entire fucking adult life. I was like breaking every rule.
I
But
don't
like,
know, maybe I'm just not in tune to where they are, but I remember a couple years ago there seemed to be charity auctions or like these auctions. Yeah, charity auctions.
Yeah,
Where
I fucking I
like
got a good story about one of them.
like certain people's seeds, I don't know, names, whatever, then would go for these like huge amounts of money for like one pack. I guess the money was for charity, I and all of that. And then there seemed to be like a fad of that. There was like one after another, these people, those people. Then all of a sudden, I guess they went to the well too many times. I haven't heard of a good charity auction in a while.
Dude. Okay, so back in the day, that's not even back in the day. Anyway, back when I first like started watching this shit, right during COVID, when I got turned on to fucking the whole pot, fucking the pop, the dope was, and the pot showed. Fucking, there was the bog fucking auction on FCP, and James Bean was running it, and this and that, and yada yada. And I was so fucked up on edibles, like since like 2000, I don't know, 1,500 milligrams, something like that, crazy. That I thought I won the fucking root beer seeds, like the first fucking root beer pack that fucking Jackson like let out. I think Jimmy Toucan ended up fucking winning them actually, but I thought I won the fuckers, and I paid. I put 18 or yeah $1,800 down on the fucking GoFundMe or whatever the fuck it was for something I didn't even fucking win. So I had to go through all this bullshit to fucking get the money back and like feel like a dick, like fuck, like they probably thought like, oh, whatever the fuck. And I'm like, oh, actually, whoops. So yeah, I fucking woke up in the morning, all fucking rewatched it and was like, fuck, I was like $400+ like 450 off. I think it went for like 2,200 or something like that. But yeah, for some reason I thought I fucking won it. But I did win. I won. Um that's when I got those bog seeds. That's when I got that fucking original fucking lifesaver, the sweet and sour Cindy, and a couple of newer sour Bluetooth packs. But yeah, those were like 300, not 18. So don't eat edibles and get in bidding wars on YouTube, kids.
Yeah, way back in the day when the Broken Chain, that's Phil Lester's thing, would do these like auctions where it'd be like the day after on the first, you'd have brunch with Phil at the Four Seasons,
Oh, that's fucking cool.
and then meet and greets before shows, different things. It was like in the early 2000s when weed was over 4,000 a pound and shit. And yeah, I was like the notorious on the site and whatever. However, I forget how that was a long time ago. Because yeah, I didn't give a fuck what the bid because back then we had the business, all tax burdens, all this shit, and those would all be write-offs because they were like, oh, they would send me the whatever form, and I remember going to my account and turning in like tens of thousands of dollars worth of basically receipts for having the fucking time of my life. And they were like write-offs. I remember thinking, oh, this is cool. And then I'd see it right on the line in my fucking taxes, like, oh, that money came right out of the other money I would have had to have paid them. This is cool.
Oh yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
You get to help out and it helps out, right?
yeah, they were like, it was cool. Like, yeah, we'd have these brunches. There'd always be a few people there, like less than 10, and always the best food and stuff. And they'd be like 3, 4 hours long, and you just sit around and talk and whatever. I went to a lot of those, like almost all of them. A couple times he's like, "Oh, you again?" It was always me and my wife, but like, yeah, we were the lucky top bidders a lot because I didn't care. I'd do what you're saying. I'd put in the whatever price, and it's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You're gonna take it. You're gonna have to outbid me to that amount, and no one ever
Right.
went that high. Mainly because it was like a write off, and I was like, fuck yeah. Like, I don't know if tax laws are still those ways, but they were then.
Oh, yeah, even more so, probably.
Yeah, yeah. One time, my friend has the poster up in its place. I saw it and reminded me of it. So my company out when I had the at all the cups was called Dab OTG, Dab on the go. We had booths and all this shit, website, all this shit. One time we rented, or basically Terrapin Crossroads. That's Phil's private, personal venue in San Rafael. He's since closed it, but back then it was open. And had them play, like, which costs a lot, and then called it the Dab OTG party. It was like the after party when the Cup was in Santa Rosa. And so Santa Rosa, it was in 2014. So when I looked at the post, I realized, oh, that was 10 years ago. But yeah. Uh, so like on whatever night, I think Saturday night at the Cup in Santa Rosa, and then if you drove back down to San Rafael, which is probably about an hour less, uh, yeah, and I invited all the people, a lot of cool people from the Cup, like only 300 people capacity at Terrapin. And then Phil played 2 sets and all that, like private party. I wrote all that off too. Yeah, that was business expense. That was like promotion for the brand.
Is Cap still on here?
I think we lost him.
He's in chat. So I was like,
Biggest party I threw at Terrapin. Well, my wife really did, but no, it was ours. Like, it wasn't like a surprise birthday because fuck, that one cost a lot. So 11 years ago, my 50th birthday party, Phil and and, and Bob even played a couple songs. It was like the Phil and Friends at Terrapin, private, only invite my birthday party. Yeah, my 50th. I figured, well, you only live once. I remember back then going, you only live once. Fuck yeah, let's throw this party for my 50th. Uh, then every birthday since then, even like my 60th, was like, yeah, there's no way you're ever going to top that. Well, I guess maybe I could, but no, the economy don't, like back then, like things were like, or like I say, 4,000 a pound
right, right. Dude,
or more.
I used to go on vacation for fucking 2 months in Mexico every winter just to get out of the
Yeah,
fucking cold.
all these things. Yeah, we could go to fucking St. John last minute and stay for like a week or two. Like anytime we could, like things were just so different. Like you were like,
Pre 9/11, dude, I bought a house before I was 21,
yeah,
paying cash pretty much, but that was pre 9/11.
and it was a slow drip. Like it didn't just happen overnight.
After that, it was a
All
lot
this,
harder.
but yeah, like one thing, I probably wouldn't have such hard memories of the thing. Oh, there's a poster hanging in my friend's house from like 10 years ago that's uh oh, I forget the guy, the top poster artist for the Dead and Company. What's his name? God damn it. He did my both these posters. They're like kind of
Stanley, not Stanley Mouse.
no, like one of the new guys.
Yeah.
What's his name? AJ.
Word.
Uh AJ something. Uh
Oh, with a P.
my A like A or A something. I forget his name.
Oh,
He's out like I think in North Carolina is where he's studios. He does killer posters. Yeah. But see, I've always lived by the motto like, it's not who dies with the most who wins. It's who dies that had the most experience that wins. Cause like that's it. Like it's not, yeah, you can hoard all this shit and build up all this assets and all this. And there's a certain comfort in that. Uh, or you could go out there and like live the craziest, funnest life and just ball to the wall every day. I've chosen that.
right. What was that ding ding? Did you hear a
That
ding?
Captain, he's
Oh, what
back.
up, Cap? What was I gonna say? Oh, fuck, I forgot. Oh, Cake had a good one. He said, trying, where is that? Well, they're talking about DP. Did he? Oh, so you're saying he blocked you or something, Stony? Sometimes people block people on accident. I know that. I don't know why he would. And Rotten did the same thing to you or
Block
what, Cake?
somebody on accident.
People, I don't know. People say they do it though. I don't even know how to do it. So if I did it, it'd be an
Yeah.
accident.
People say a lot of things. What I
Yep.
How do you do it? I really like. I have that block thing pop up every once in a while when I hit something wrong, and it like gives me instant like anxiety, and I try to make it go away as fast as possible. You know what I'm saying?
It's actually
You guys,
kind of nice to block some people.
you guys got to know what I'm talking about. When you fucking that white thing pops up.
I don't know. I know I'm still a monitor on FCP2, and every time I hit something, every once in a while, I would block this person, and I'm like, oh shit, no.
just got to get up there. But James Loud's been bugging me for like a year to come on his show.
Ryan.
Loud.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if I'm worthy of fucking an episode. What am I going to tell you? You know, he's like, he has a pretty good guest on his show. I kind of like his
Shit.
format. I've been to his studio and hung out there. Like even before, well,
Stony. I
we
got
hadn't done a podcast yet, but it was all like set up. I was like,
now that
oh,
I think about it, Stony is saying how DP doesn't ever reply to his greetings and shit. He doesn't ever. He rarely replies to mine. Now that I think about it, like I'll throw up the D and the mushroom and the P, and he gets me back like next to never. Now that I think about it, but every now and again, like out of the blue, he'll just pop on and be like, "What up, Jay? What are you growing? What's in the garden?" You know, like. So I don't really. I think you're probably right. You probably just fucking too busy. A lot of people like glance at chat, say what up, and then like don't even like read it. You know, I think a lot of times too. I do that sometimes. Like I'll just throw up a peace sign or whatever the fuck and dip out right away.
I'm just antisocial, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am at times.
That's why I
This is
didn't
about this.
freak out about about moving to Thailand, you know. It's just less people I have to talk to.
Yeah, see, Marshall knows what I'm talking about. Marshall said I hold my phone in hand, listening and chatting and working, and accidentally press the screen and block a person, every now and again. And he's like, and he's sure he's probably done it before and not caught himself. That white thing pops up, like I said, it gives me anxiety. But yeah,
Maybe I need
I
to
do the
look at
same
my
shit every
block
now and
list.
again.
I might have done that, not even known it. But
That's what I'm saying.
because sometimes when I have my phone, I'm listening, and it'll come up where it'll be like report block or whatever. Then I hit
Exactly.
escape from it, but maybe it's gone all the way through, and I don't even know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because I've caught myself like pulled it out of my pocket and been like, "Fuck!" Like, how did I even like? It's even gotten into deeper screams before.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this? How do I get out of here?
I think one
Yeah,
time
I've
I
never
had to
blocked
text
anybody
Peter on my other phone and
intentionally.
said, Peter, how do I get out of this?
Oh, dude, yeah. I'm gonna you want to hear what I'm transplanting tomorrow? I've got my list now that I found my book. I've got some strawberry cough by the original Bubba Kush.
That should be good.
Yeah. I've got one called Ornery, and it's the Surfer Seed and Sin City Seed collab. They hit the Redneck Wedding, which is a GMO kind of Donnie Burger kind of fucking cross, GMO cross to this to that. I can't remember, but that's hit with Sin City's Sin Mint cookie, I think it is, or Sin Mint or whatever the hell it's called. And then I've got something called Diamond Daggers from Soulfire. It's the Diamond Daiquiri hit with the Gas Guzzler.
Gas guzzler.
I've got some of Westport's S1s. I've got some iPoppy from Exotic. It's Red Runts hit with Gary Poppins, which is also Red Runts times Gary, so it's almost like a Red Runts backcross, femme backcross. Now I think about it, which is kind of cool. That should be a fucking tasty one.
I like everything that red soda pop runts hits.
I agree, Cap. Everything it seems to be one of those plants that it passes on that delicious fucking kind of gassy soda pop, strawberry fucking soda. Which I love, dude. Like I loved as a kid. I don't really drink it much anymore, but I will grab it every once in a while. Like I'll grab a Fagel fucking red pop every once in a blue moon. Just for Ryan Krakowski and his honor.
Mine's usually the grape.
What else have I got? Oh, I've got those Moon Mountain Kush by Headband from Mean Gene, the Mean Gene Femmes. Those should be pretty cool.
Sounds really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking myself.
The one that the things I've seen out lately that I'd like, that's one I should get is Bob Hempfield.
I'll get you a clone.
The Master Kush he has? You're breaking up, buddy.
Yeah, the Master Kush that he like spent years bringing to.
Yeah.
Sorry,
dude.
I'll get you a clone of that. My friend picked up 2 packs of it.
That was one of my favorites, dude. Back in the day, that Master Kush. Fuck, that was
I
good.
know about Bob is he said he spent whatever years working the line, bringing it to this point, testing it. Oh, he did all that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. What else have I got? I've got the another one from CSI. I've got the Sour D hit with the pre 98. Oh, that other one was from Katsu. Sorry, I wasn't CSI on that first one. That strawberry cough by the Bubba, that original Bubba, that was Katsu. The Sour D by Bubba is CSI. Then I've got another Sin City. I've got the Pie Hole hit with Blue Power.
1 pack of ketchup.
Which will be fucking fire, I have a feeling. That Blue Power plant, I like that. That male, or that was that female, that Cuddy, I don't remember the fuck, but that thing's in everything.
Hey, Five, do you ever like find one particular pheno out of something and then run with it? And
in the past, when I kept clones and I cloned shit, and yeah, I used to. Pre fucking plant AIDS, I did it.
yeah.
But then I lost everything, and I shouldn't have. I should have fucking kept it around, but I panicked, and it was driving me fucking nuts. I was becoming OCD over it, like not even touching a plant with the same pair of gloves type shit.
So many different strains. I wasn't even keeping track. It wasn't even a pheno hunt. It was just like I felt like I was. Yeah.
It was weird getting into it. It was weird switching and becoming a seed dude. Like, because I was a cloner for fucking ever, for fucking 15 plus years, you know.
I remember like never feeling like I knew many of those plants because I never like at the beginning I had the system and I take clones, and then toward the end I had so many going that it was like I looked at them, I smelt them, I smoked them, but like they weren't like I didn't even get to know them. You know what I mean? They were just like
no, I hear you, and it is weird like that. But dude, I literally could breathe again. Is what happened, dude. Like it got that bad where like the thing I love drove me fucking nuts, dude. Like the cleanliness and just trying to fucking it got in my head, dude. And I'd brush up against the plant and I would go change clothes type shit before I'd fuck with another plant.
I'm the opposite.
Wow.
So once I switched over to back to seed, it was just like
that's just me.
All that fucking shit was gone, dude. Instantly, it was gone. I was like, fuck it. I got a seed. It can make it fucking 6 months. You can only pick up so many fucking pathogens in one time. Really can't pick up enough to fucking affect anything but progeny, you know, at that point. Like, you're going to get a round out of that fucking seed. So that's what I said. And I took a fucking huge deep breath and I fucking started loving pot again.
Yeah. I've had accidents where seeds got created 3 times in like 30 some years. Other than that, like I have no desire. No, I don't like have any reading. Then no, that's like I'm glad there's people that are into that. I was just into going seedless wheat. That's it. And then
that was it for me forever too, buddy.
I did that for so long, and then I don't know anything about a male plant. I don't know how to what would be a good like if I made crosses or whatnot with purpose. No, people that do that spend all the years that I spent just growing seedless wheat. They spent reading and learning the plant,
stabilizing it,
and what works together, what doesn't. So many things, like an endless stuff. Yeah, that's not my thing. I'm not organized like that, and I don't try to be. Like I know my shortcomings, so no. And to do any kind of like reading, hunting, real work, oh, you got to be organized. Yeah.
Speaking of SoCal and breeding, but next on my list to transplant tomorrow is your homie fucking Adam at the ranch. Some testers from him, some fem testers. I've got the fucking Eddie Lepp hit with the bag seed white thorn rose, and I've got cultivar from Pacific Northwest.
He has an impressive library and sources a lot of this stuff. He's got
Dude, these are gonna be dope. I think that white
Adam
thorn rose.
Cole,
Nobody has that out in seed
hung
form,
out with him. We
really.
drove up north together a couple times. To the
And
Emerald Cup.
those could be hashers, triple hashers, dude. That one that he hit is coffee by fuck, I can't remember now. Shit, never mind. Banana something. Anyhow, it's supposed to be. It could be a hasher, a cool purple hasher, which would be dope. And then what else? Oh, I've got a couple other testers too. I've got those fucking no joke testers from Westport. That's that Kool-Aid man hit with his Westport grape juice, I believe. What else? I've got a Fruity Pebble OG cross, which I'm kind of excited for. That's another Soul Fire. It's Fruity Pebble hit with Utter Madness, which is I can't remember. And then I've got another exotic. I've got that Game Time, which is going to be dope. It's that Don Mega hit with Red Runs. Then I've got another Sin City. I've got the Strawberry Gelati. It's his gelati, not the cookie gelati, hit with Raspberries. That should be fucking dope. I've got a bunch of bangers in here, dude. Fuck.
See, I got into making seeds basically out of necessity. The necessity that a plane ticket to Amsterdam was $2,000 plus dollars. And the guilder to dollar ratio was like $2.30, $2.40 per guilder. And seed packs were like $225 to $300 a pack. So 2 and 3 of us got together and we would select certain females that we popped seeds from that year and pick a male and hit it with it. That way we always had seeds and we didn't have to go back to Amsterdam. It was expensive.
So I harvested my first plant when I was 15. Like the second I fucking started smoking, I started fucking growing the shit, right? Like outside out during the summer every year. So like from the time I was 15 until I went to college, dude, I harvested the plant every year, or a couple plants, and it grew and grew and grew from there. And like it was all bag seed to start out, and then we like started fucking ordering from overseas, some Sensi and shit. Well, the first 2 fucking didn't make it, and I was like, fuck that. And then like my homie did another one, and of course he got the seeds, and that's when we started fucking doing the tops of pine trees. We started growing out at the county forest and the tops of pine trees, fucking tying up fucking pot and fucking lugging in water on backpacks on our bikes, climbing those fuckers every couple days. Ugh.
They were doing that in the mid 70s where my mom grew up.
Dude, so we did this, right?
They had Black Hawk helicopters flying over the county.
Okay, so we did that one harvest. We did that one. Okay, so we did that year. We did the next year. And that year is when my homie fucking like, oh, I met this dude. Like we were just fresh out of school. He was going to school like at the whatever local college. And he's like, oh, I met this guy at work or whatever the fuck, whatever restaurant he's working at, and he's gonna pay. I got to fucking think of the math. What would it was over that? What would 420 straight up be?
Well, over 64.
64 quarters per ounce or per pound.
Okay, this dude's gonna pay like 68. And I'm like,
yeah,
hell no. Sounds too good to be true. More than likely, it's too good to be true. He's like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. And this, Well, not only did he end up going about it, like said, fuck it and did it, he did it twice. And then they came a knocking, or maybe it was 3 times, whatever the fuck it was. And so this was after the second year we grew out there. And that fucking dummy brought the cops out there. They didn't know where it came from. They had no fucking clue until he brought them out to our fucking spot.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So homie blows up the spot. You know, he gets the lawyer, yada yada. He fucking gets 2 felonies, but doesn't do a ton of time, shit ton of probation, this and
A
that.
lot of money.
Yeah, dude. You know how he paid for
it.
it all? He went back there the next year and grew in after showing the cop.
Me and my wife first got
and he got away with it. They brought shit.
When we first got our thing going down here, we started selling pounds like at the time for like 42 and 44 for the same strains, because my homeboys that hooked us up with those strains and my peer group, yeah, weed was 48. And I remember them confronting us and going, yeah, you guys are undercutting. Why are you selling it for 44, 40? You got to get at least 48. This is like it,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
98 or something like this. Like they were pissed that I was selling it for under them. But then, yeah, I thought that was a fair price. I stuck to my guns and yeah, because I can't say I ever got the 48. I was like always
I
45,
did.
44, 42.50. That seemed good to me. Back then, I was knocking them out.
I paid 45, 46, 48 for some pounds back then just to have the different flavors.
Yeah, no, I bought some weed that was so good. It was like, yeah, I can pay that much.
Dude, I can remember this dude now, even like afterwards telling me about it and shit. And he's like, I fucking told him. I think he even got more than that on like, but it wasn't like a full pound. It was like one of the times it was like a fucking like a half pound or something like that at like $70 an eighth type shit. I remember Jake, like whatever, fucking don't matter what his fucking name is, but telling me this shit, and it's just like, oh, you're such. He's just one of those dudes that's like borderline spectrum, I think, dude. Like he can't reason. He doesn't get. He doesn't.
Like,
He's not. He's not. Definitely not a people person.
Paid all day long. They'd pay 400 an ounce for the like. I forget how many years that was like the going price.
Oh,
Right.
and New York and shit still is. Some for good, fucking piff and shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, piff takes 110, 120 days to finish.
Right? True that.
So you got to charge that extra money.
True that.
The electric costs money.
That's the one thing that they got right in Amsterdam. They understood that, you know, narrow leaf took longer and and justifiably so cost more.
Yep.
They didn't get much right, but they got that right. Nah, fuck with you. Fuck, thank you, Neville, and all those other motherfuckers. Fuck. But he's throwing it. I don't know. Aussies too.
They got the hash right.
Oh no, nah. Did they or did fucking Morocco? Did fucking
Well, it was where it all came to.
yeah.
So you were
They're the 7-Eleven.
The first stop you went to was to call 420 because it was the closest place from Central Station. They usually had like 3 really top quality flowers, and then they had like 6 top quality hashes. And then you walked clear out to the Katsu, and that's where you found the best sativa and the best hash selection, besides the largest one.
I have a Christoph says it grows, bud. And Cake in the Cup wants you to check in, Cap. He needs you to check into chat.
Okay.
So there you go. What
I'm
up,
sorry,
Southern? Southern just hopped in. Cheers, homie. Hope you're having a good one, good and stoned and irie. Got to get you some new seeds popped soon, eh, homie? I hope so. If you need some seed or something, let me know. I'm sending a package out to Marshall. I can throw some extras in for you. Anybody else new pop in? Dude, I can't read everything right now. It's too much. Too small of a screen. I'm too high, and I gotta get higher actually.
Oh man, on the 19th, I got to the point where I didn't even pick up my phone.
Oh yeah. Oh, bicycle day treated you well, eh?
Yeah.
I think I told a story on here about a bicycle day I had fucking years and years ago. I rode around on an old fucking Schwinn fucking whatever. What are they called? Those with the fucking mud flap, not mud flaps, but the what the fuck would it be? A hub? No, not a hub. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Those old timey fucking Schwinn bikes. What the fuck are they called? I can't think about it. Think of it. Help me out, chat. Schwinn. I have this fucking radio flyer fucking wagon stuck in my head. Anyway, I rode around on one of those fucking bikes with a shitty old fucking 1970 seat for about, I don't know, 12 hours, a good 12 hours straight, cruising around a campground at a festival. And I was bruised so badly, dude. It was the strangest fucking bruise ever. It was like both sides of my cheek with a crack split.
Yeah.
So yeah, be careful, kids. And if a stranger offers you drugs, say thank you, because drugs can be expensive. Public safety announcement or something like that. Not really. Yep.
Southern Vermont's in the house. Cheers. I am smoking a joint of Triple G. I had one bag of it left, a 3.5 gram bud. This one actually gets me high for like an hour and a half. My French fries were really good too.
You know, I know a lot of stoners over my life, and you're the only one that has it down to like how long each strain gets you high for. Like, not a single one of my people have ever said to me,
Yeah.
"Oh, that one got me high for an hour and 15 minutes. That one got me high for 3 hours." Never.
That's
I've
because
never.
we
But
stay high, buddy. We don't get high,
but
we
it,
stay high.
I think it's because they can tell you the taste of it, and I really can't taste it. Most cannabis kind of tastes the same to me, unless it's very distinctive. So, and a lot of the strains that I smoke are monoterpene. You know, they taste like hash from the first hit to the last hit. But no, I am a cause and effect person. So if someone wanted someone to just judge, you know, what type of effects did you get from it? What type of
Oh
high
shit.
did it produce for you? And how long was that high? Then I'm perfect for that. If you want to ask me, like, did it have notes of hazelnut or vanilla? I couldn't tell you shit like that because my smell and my taste is completely gone. Well, not completely, but pretty much when it comes to like trying to pick out the differences.
Oh shit. I forgot my fucking thing. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm rolling up some of that fucking Loud's um sour apple by 41, buddy. I think you grew that one.
Yeah, that was bomb.
It's fucking tasty.
That was
It's
like
fucking
one of those
stanky.
ones where I just grew it. I mean, I might have ran that one a couple times. I had a bunch of his gelato crosses, and one of the ones that I ran more than once was that sour apple. Because it was like good.
So I've actually, speaking of him, I've got a couple of his blueberry lemon cherry, which is the blue power from Sin City, hit with that Z back cross that he made. Those could be interesting. And I've also got the from Bloom, I've got something he calls Red Jewel, which is the dime bag cut of Motor Breath 15 hit with the strawberry guava. That one could fucking dump, I have a feeling. And then I've got Gary Payton hit with Soulfire's Hood Candies. That one's supposed to be straight gas, all the fucking phenos from what I'm told. Purple gas. Then I've got a bunch of those fucking lemon tree hit with that creamsicle 4 from Clearwater, which I already know are fucking good. And last but not least, the Purple Punch hit with Chem 91 reversal from CSI, which is going to be fucking dope. Because Chem 91 fucking brings power to everything it fucking touches, and fucking Purple Punch could use a little. The rest of it's fucking wonderful. Just needs a little punch. But yeah, I still got a bunch of shit to pop, actually. I'm gonna do a whole fucking that mini, not mini, it's still fucking what, 10 feet by 45-foot greenhouse. I'm gonna fill that fucker with all candy. Fucking runts and fucking bunch of James Loud's fucking Z crosses. Like that Z to the Busta Limes, which I don't know much about, but I like the fucking sound of it. And he hit 41 with it. He hit soap with it. What else? I had one other one too. Can't remember. Oh, that Mosca fucking collab. Mosca's Fly, which is one of his like whatever namesake. I don't know much about it, but that strain's called the Sugar Fly. And then I've got more CSI in there with it too. His Ruthless Runts crosses. He hit the Obama with it. He hit Sherbert with it. And Birthday Cake. That Birthday Cake one is which one I'm kind of almost most excited about. That Ruthless Runts is supposed to be pretty dope from what I hear. It's not like it's different than Runts, I'm told. But we'll see.
Right here's I found a 995 out on this tray.
Oh, nice.
Next with the tray of grape gas and yeah, but there's one 995.
Dude, I rolled a
That's
pinner.
the gas next to it, but 95. It's green, no purple to the screen. Where all these other strains in here. This behind me is all slap. It's all getting purple. This is like week. I think we're in week 7, maybe 6.5 or 7.
Dude, I just rolled the smallest joint I've rolled in years. But I'm here. I don't have I guess I do have a dirty pipe somewhere, but I really don't have any other way to smoke at this location other than fucking rolling a joint or a blunt. And so what are you doing? You only have like enough for a pinner left, you know? I guess you roll a pinner, right? Or mix it. I guess I could mix it with something else. But I don't do much of that fucking salad making unless I have to, really.
I have
I'll just smoke a
one.
joint of each of them back to back.
I've got a 1 that you can pack, about 5 hits into.
That'd be a 5e.
It's an Ohio 180.
No, Ohio 180s are 5es.
Yep. You can actually almost, well, I can fit my
Oh
pinky
no, Ohio.
usually into the bowl tip. And if it gets close to the first knuckle, then yeah, it's a good piece.
Knuckle deep, huh?
Yep, on the pinky. Well, you got to make sure you get enough in the bowl to get high, right? You got one bowl, you got
or you
one
just buy a
chance of
pipe.
getting high. Well, sometimes a one hitter looks like a lighter in a pocket. They're a lot easier to get into places and walk around with than, a 3-4 inch spoon.
Was that a one hitter in your pocket, or are you happy to see me?
Starting to get happy.
That was my invitation at Korkowski on a Friday night. Is that a one hitter in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? It's lonely up there in the old Minnesota Northwood there.
This one's
Damn, there's so much paper fucking on that fucking reverse roll of that pinner that I almost started on fire. I should have probably cut that off. I think I fucked the whole thing up. It burned hotter than they do normally. I think I burnt a hole right in the side of it. Oh yeah, I burnt the tip. Just the tip got fucked up.
That's a nice one that Bud just rolled.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm gonna have to fight, say fuck this, and roll a real joint.
And this big ass one right here is Bubba.
Ooh, look at them little bubble
On the
balls,
tree
little
flaps.
balls of fucking cushy fucking goodness. Yum. Love that shit. I'm hoping I get something cool out of those bubba crosses I have. I've never fucked with strawberry cloth, like growing any crosses of it or anything. So I'm curious. I'm really curious on that one too. And that original bubba isn't the more common bubba. It's the one that stretches like more like an OG style, from what I'm told. Like there's the bubba, the original bubba, the Katsu, and the pre 98. And I guess this one supposedly like stretches like an OG. And I don't know what the structure on like strawberry cough is. I feel like it's probably more squatty indica. I don't know though. Maybe not. No, it'd probably be maybe a sativa leaner, huh?
To tell you the truth, I really couldn't tell you. And I've grown out the strawberry cough, but most of my plants finish at like 6 feet tall.
Right?
So it's a lot different than a 3 or 4 foot tall plant because
It'd be like a foot
sometimes,
different.
sometimes, well, not only a foot different, but sometimes on a smaller plant, it'll look like the inner nodes are smaller, they're longer apart. But then you get a 6 foot tall plant, and all of a sudden, those two inner nodes become one big bud, part of the main cola. So certain strains can be
What
deceiving.
does size have to do with that? Doesn't fucking length of time have more to do with that internodal spacing filling in like that?
Well, yeah, it's
You think a taller
because
plant would stretch more, be the opposite, I don't know
no,
in my head.
they're finishing out, and you've cut out the nitrogen in them, or you should have by that point. I feed my plants very, unless they want it, the
It's
nitrogen
there if they
starts
want it.
getting cut down, at week maybe 3.5, 4 before I think they're done. There's one plant that I do not feed any nitrogen to in flowering at all.
The 1864 cap cutted Death Star. That one?
No. I actually take that to 68 days. A lot of people take their Death Star to like 72.
You think the terpenes start to deplete after, like how you pull some, you don't want, like I've had plants go from like smelling delicious to like fucking 3 days later, like gone. Like what the fuck?
Actually, you really want to know the reason why? Is I'm used to a 10-week flip. So every 70 days, the room is getting chopped and reset.
Yeah, everything should run 70 days pretty much indoors. I feel most every fucking plant I see like that says 8 weeks. Well, except bog shit. Bog shit kind of came in fucking early. I guess I got some that I shouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them that say 8 weeks go 10. It seems like.
But I mean, as the grower, you kind of can shave a week or add a week or come
Right,
in
right,
right,
right.
and
Yeah, you can
by
force senescence. You
week,
can.
oh, you're probably gonna give up a little yield, but it'll be finished. Like, it's all relative.
Yeah, if you take a 70-day plant, one that finishes at 70 days that you know of, and you take it at 68, it's still a good plant. There ain't nothing
I
wrong with
mean,
it.
if you push the environmental factors during the cycles, you can bring home a 68-day plant in 63 days and it'd be fine and dandy. Like, oh, higher
Yeah,
CO2, a little more food, push the plant harder. I mean, but that doesn't make for the better weed. The best
no,
weed is when the plant like expresses itself. It's not being forced to, it's not being pushed to.
that's why I also feed like half strength, third of a strength, but I feed every watering.
Well, I'm in Hugo's, and basically, even though it doesn't always fall that way, we number every water change a week. Sometimes it's only 5 days. Sometimes it can be up to 10 days if we top them off. There's 8 or 9 days, but whatever, we call each one a week. Um, yeah, there's slight tweaks
Sounds
to the
dusty.
recipe. There's slight tweaks to the recipe every week, and sometimes tweaks to the recipe per like, oh, these plants are already too tall, or these plants are this or whatever. That's part of like hydro. You're able to, have a little like short-term control, like things are immediately available, or so you're able to tailor the recipe along the run if you know how to use the products right. And yeah, I don't know what strength, but nowhere near full strength, not even maybe around half strength. Like all of our measurements, I don't know where we came up with them. That we came up with them over years of coming up with them.
Yeah, I learned that lesson early on, the half strength lesson.
And yeah, we cut back the nitrogen in the grow. That's pretty common, but that trend. Some people, like, I look at the transition as like its own period. Like, oh yeah, 60, 70-day cycle. The transitions inside of that, but transitions, it's an important part. Like the first 2 weeks of flowering.
Oh shit.
That's really where you make or break your yield right then and
Um, Seeing this again, this fucking. Can you see it? Maybe. Maybe not. No. Anyway, those seeds, the Panama Red seeds, made me I just reminded me that fucking the pack I picked up, because like when you win a pack on that Thrillcast, I guess they send you this fucking list and there's a bunch of shit you can choose off it. What the fuck was I looking at that wasn't seeds? There's something I was looking at that wasn't seeds on there. I was like, I might get that. Oh, the wooden pipes. I was like, dude, that'd be a cool fucking hash pipe. I guess that dude Monkey Do from that High on Homegrown crew must make wooden pipes, because that fucking Growcast has them on their fucking giveaway list, which is pretty cool. I miss my fucking Jack Hare hash pipe with the lid, spin lid. Yeah, that fucker was dope. Did you ever fuck with those pipes, either of you guys?
I think I had a wood pipe
No.
at the time.
The Jack Hare ones with the twist top, or the cap, the twist on cap, twist back and forth, or whatever
I
the fuck I'm
remember
trying to say.
having like metal pipes that were
No.
basically plumbing fittings, like brass, but like
Yeah.
when I was
No,
a
these Jack
teenager,
Hare ones
there
are really
wasn't
fucking
really
nice.
glass pipes like that. That happened, I don't know, somewhere along the way. But when I first was a kid, no, they were
I don't even
really.
know if they're intended for hash, but that's what everybody that I like came up with used them for. You use it with a metal screen, and that was your hash pipe.
Yeah, metal screens.
And it was nice. Cap it, keep the smell down. You could just load a chunk in there and smoke it all fucking day long.
Yeah, I mean, I
Oh, but
think
yeah.
when I
So
was smoking like wood
the
pipes
seeds I
or
picked out.
Mexican pipes, we were smoking
I
like
want to see what Marshall
Mexican
got.
weed or Colombian weed, where we just pack it in there and smoke it. Like, yeah,
But yeah, but the pack I picked out was from the dude Terp Fiend. And the reason I picked it was it's a fucking deep chunk fucking cross. Like he had worked, like, I don't know. Anyway, he hit the deep chunk with one of those something from aficionado, one of those rose crosses or something like that. Which, whatever you think about aficionado, I'm not a huge fan, but I'm not gonna be buying their seeds or anything, but they got some good fucking gear. like that white fucking caviar and shit. I've fucked around with a few of their things, but he hit deep chunk with that, I believe, and then hit wedding cake. Like fuck, checked it out. I've never grown anything with deep chunk in it. Have either of you fucked with it?
No, I never grew it. I mean, I've heard about it forever.
Right.
Maybe probably smoked some along the way. I don't know.
What about you, Kat?
No, I have not actually grown deep chunk myself. I've smoked a ton of it. I like it. It's a good Afghani.
I don't even know if I've ever smoked it, honestly.
I hope to get a cut of it soon.
I always like picture it being like chocolate, but it's probably not even anything close to that.
No, it's a Afghani bud.
But you know, just something about the name Deep Chunk like makes chocolate come to mind.
Yeah, just big chunky
Now,
buds.
Kurkowski on the other side, on the other hand, like he thinks it's something else when he hears Deep Chunk. Look at that fucking rock, dude. That is fucking nice. Googly eyes and all, dude.
Oh man, that was a good joint.
Oh, and I still got for regs, I'm popping a bunch of regs too. So all I've been listing so far are all femmes. And those fucking runts and the fucking yada yada. Oh, I'm doing another one out in that candy fucking greenhouse. I'm doing the DJ Shorts Blueberry Hit with runts from Robin Hood, which I guess is like Square One's untested gear. Let's see what that's all about. What was I gonna say? Oh, the regs I'm popping. I'm gonna be fucking. Hopefully, I'm hoping they pop. Older fucking exotic stock. I've got fucking an extreme cream, which is I want to say cookies and cream and Starfighter maybe. Shit. Brain farting. Anyhow, that one, the lime skunk, which is another lemon skunk cross with green ribbon, I believe. That's that one that fucking Fazoli has a fucking cut of that he hunted back in the day. They fucking blast. That thing's got to be fucking crazy terps in concentrate form, I bet. What other one? Oh, and the original pink, which is essentially a fucking Starfighter back cross. It's like Plushberry Starfighter, then that was hit again with Starfighter. So Starfighter and three quarters of it. And it throws that pink hue. Some of the phenos, which is pretty rare and cool. I don't know if it holds it, but it'll look neat. I've never had one like it turns brown essentially when it fucking dries. Pink does. Most cases I've seen.
My question is there a purpose to all this work you're creating for yourself with all these different varieties?
Is there what?
A purpose, like what's the vision? What are you trying to accomplish? Just have a variety, or
I'm trying to grow every fucking seed I own at least once.
Holy crazy. Seems like a lot of work.
But just think, you got a
What
lot
else
of
do I?
variety.
It's what I do.
Yeah,
When you
wait.
when you're up in the place of Michigan, part of Michigan he's at, you don't spend a lot of time outdoors. It's usually too fucking cold.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, but
I go.
mixed in there must be a bunch of them that, like, just due to like hunting, and not all plants were worthy of even being grown, right?
There'll be. Well, I rarely see it in like. All right.
Like
Yeah,
I can
there's usually a
remember
lot, quite a lot of like.
you always end up with a bunch of other plants too. You're like, oh, that didn't come out good, or that wasn't all bad.
I'm pretty good at picking them, but yes, I have had floppers. Like, um, not many though. Huh. Well, like there was like one pheno out of like one of those James Loud fucking 41 crosses that was just a retarded fucking plant and grew like super like fucking Afghani almost, dude. Like just these hard fucking yeah, it was all fucked up. Like there was yeah, I have had shitty ones. like like the fucking last year, what was there that was kind of like meh. Um honestly, like my fucking the GMO space cheese I had just fucking didn't do nothing. And I fucking let that fucker go thinking, oh, it's gonna come on late like GMO does, you know, the stank. And that fucker just never did. So it was
Yeah,
just a big, long, lanky, fucking, you know, arms everywhere plant. And yeah, the smoke was mediocre at best.
yeah. I mean, I never mentioned those the strains that I grew that fit into
It,
those
it's
categories
but you're gonna have that, and
because, like,
especially like
yeah, that's unnecessary. But
what
oh, from fucking with a lot of different seeds
that's
over the
one
years.
plant,
Oh,
one
I know that sometimes it's like some things are a waste of time and
dude.
faith, and holy,
That's totally not, dude. That's one plant out of the fucking of whatever, you know. That was one shot, literally one plant I grew out of that pack, or not out of the pack. I hunted a male or a female. Like I think I grew like I think I had two. I had two females. I think I had like four or five pop. I had two females, and the one I picked wasn't it. Wasn't the one because this was like for head stash type shit. You know what I mean? Where I just did the one plant. What else was kind of like meh last year?
I mean, for many times I've been excited and fulfilled
Oh,
with
my
the
fucking
project. There's an equal amount of time where I was like, man, I wasted fucking 6 months and 4 months and oh fuck. And
my
I am always excited and have promise, and even when it's showing me that it isn't all that, I still believe in it because I'm invested in it. You know what I mean?
um another one that was supposed to be a head stash plant was a GMO hit with the T1K, and just the same. It just was lackluster and like, or maybe I just suck at growing GMO crosses. I'm like, I let the fuckers go, you know, like that's all you can really do. What else? The Bahama Mama S1s, but you know, S1s are fucking always all over the fucking place from Soulfire. They were just like literally five different plants, you know what I mean? Which you expect from S1s, but I expected like a terp to kind of like that vanilla or something to come through. And they were all just beautiful fucking pot, triked out, but just not much in flavor or fucking nose, you know? That's another one that just was kind of lackluster, kind of a disappointment. Um, yeah. I also had like surprises, like fucking one of my patients wanted an ice cream cake type. And so I like fucking popped this pack, which I had like gotten in a trade, like a package deal trade. And the fuck is it? It was lit farms, which is more of that like overpriced fucking, $200 packs and shit like that. Um Ice cream cake by Runts. And I grew out a few of those, and fucking they were all fucking spot on, cake and candy, and they all fucking looked similar, and they all fucking grew big fucking nice fucking. They're some of the nicest shit in the garden, honestly. And so I was pleasantly surprised by that. But at the same time, like fuck, like just hype on hype, and it fucking turns out just beautiful. It's like fuck. It sucks. It's cool, but it sucks at the same time. It's like that's too fucking easy. You can't just do that. You can't just take fucking Runts and throw it on ice cream cake and have everything come out fucking fire. It's too fucking easy.
Well, ice cream cake was a little more than hype. Holy shit! I mean,
well, so was Runts. It's fucking still here for a reason. But you put them together, and yeah, it's just like too fucking easy. The shit just comes out fire, and it did.
yeah, I grew out a bunch of Runts crosses like 3 years ago. Some modern epigenic. Michael Hendon's work before he got murdered. They were all bomb. They were like Runts and they crossed into everything.
They had everything. Yeah, that was a cool list. I remember looking at that on Daga.
Yeah, you hooked me up with like 18 different ones.
Hmm.
She had 22 in the line. She gave me 18 of them. I still have some of them.
I've never run Runts.
Not a huge fan of the turp, but I like it on that red Runts. That red pop did something to it that is very appealing to me.
I think I may only have 2 or 3 things that may have Runts crossed into it.
I've got a bunch of shit in the garden because of that red Runts.
Well, I
fucking popped more of that. Oh, I popped more of that fucking lit shit, dude. And it's it. Now these ones I got fucking dirt cheap. That's why I fucking bought these ones. But I got red velvet Runts from them, which I fucking tried. I tried it indoors, and it was fucking stony as fuck, fucking creamy, fucking cushy, fucking goodness, dude. Really.
The one out of those Runts
And resilient as fuck. Didn't get PM, didn't get nothing, dude. Like,
she
and I like
wife of Pablo, and it was Mendo Breath crossed into Runts, and that was bomb. I like that. But I like anything with Mendo in. So
this one's red Runts, or no, Runts hit with red velvet, which I don't know anything about. But I know the pot was really good.
So many strains and so many lineage. It's crazy. How do you keep track of them all? Even half of them.
Yeah.
You just walk those rows, dude. Walk those rows, and pretty soon it all look. You can fucking look at them. No, not only do you memorize it, but you by appearance.
That's why when I get back, I'm going to talk to a friend. He offered me up like 2 boxes of like papers, and one box has like 3 ring binders. And there's probably 80 or 90 pages that you would use in like a photo album that have the leaf in it from that strain. And then next to it will have a list of the gardens that it ran in, how it ran, who ran the gardens, where they ran it at, their results, which is kind of cool because that was all done in like the 90s and early 2000s. So we still have, dried out leaves of those plants. So we can compare them with, now that we're going back to some of these older genetics.
So back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was like really into snowboarding and going out west and fucking hella boarding, fucking doing all that shit, I fucking we would ride with stomp pads, things called stomp pads. It's one of those things that it's like having a brake on your skateboard kind of thing. You know what I mean? The first thing you fucking take off was the fucking after a while. But we used to rock stomp pads, and then after a while they became not cool, so nobody rocked stomp pads anymore. But I used to always take my stomp pad. I'd get the clear fucking stomp pad. So stomp pad's something you put your foot on when you're only in 1 foot, like getting off the lift and shit. So your boot doesn't slide around on your board because you're not strapped in with both feet. For people that don't know what a stomp pad is. And so I'd get a clear one and I would put a pot leaf under it. And I always rode black boards. So it fucking always looked fucking cool as fuck. But I remember flying with it and being nervous. You know, whatever board I had, I would always do that. And I like after a while, I got like, I took smaller ones and did like 6, 7 of them on there. Yeah, underneath my stomp pad. What up, Korkowski? Did you at least fucking hose her off this time, dude, before dropping her off? He's gonna helicopter us or something, dude.
No.
Just a lurking.
He wouldn't do that. He'd never be allowed back on the show.
No, he just do it for just we could see it because he's weird like that. See, did you see it? Told ya. Oh, now he's trying to steal my style. I get it. Redbird ain't got nothing on fucking hardly core. Or no, hard rock core. Sorry. What a lame category of music. Hard rock. What's that? Def Leppard? Def Lep? Now you're showing us stuffed birds, weirdo. Fucking stuffed pigeon. Cool. Sparrow. It's alive. Still got nothing on hard rock core. Look at that face. It's a face only a mother can love. Everybody loves cute birds.
I guess you could call Def Leppard a hard rock band. But they're kind of on the borderline.
So what's soft rock, Kenny G?
Oh, you consider Kenny G? I'd consider Kenny G like contemporary. I don't even consider him rock and roll. They're more pop to me because I grew up during the late 70s, early 80s.
Flock of Seagulls. Cake's favorite band, Flock of Seagulls. And cake rain so far, okay.
I mean, I was going to see Star Wars
George Michael
first time,
we can talk about
on the way there.
George Michael was definitely soft rock, just like Ryan's.
We were listening to Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Fucking
That
Brian's
was
fucking George
1979.
Michael fan club. He's got your faith right here. Now we're on to chickadees. Chickadee got nothing on it. Nothing on me. Look at this face. It just like gargles when you look at it. I don't know why I keep hearing the gargle.
Cracked me up.
Now he's got his pigeon scare. He uses that out on his fucking truck to keep the pigeons off it. He's got a cardboard cutout with his face drawn on it, and he throws that up on top of the hood. Keep the pigeons off.
Oh, man.
That fucker is not wise. Look at it. That fucker's like demonic fucking owl. It looks like a fucking one of those Star Trek things.
You know what owl I thought was cool? Clash of the Titans. That mechanical owl.
Yeah, dude, that was very cool. Thanks for reminding me of that, dude. That was fucking so fucking cool. That was dope. What about that fucking never-ending fucking story? That fucking dog thing I wanted as a kid. The flying fucking dog, fucking whatever the fuck. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
The never-ending story. Yeah, this flying dog thing. Fuck, I wanted one of them.
I may have only watched that movie once.
Dude. Ryan knows what I'm talking about.
My repeat.
Because even though Ryan was a George Michael fan, he also was a what movie was I just talking about?
That's how high we are.
Shit. I got Reading Rainbow in my head, but that was that fucking TV show with that fucking black dude that fucking had
Take a look. It's in a book.
What up?
I can go anywhere.
God, you're weird. Dude, I thought I was weird. You take cake, not the cup kind, just the regular kind.
Nope. Chuck Testa.
Yeah, I think I need to replace the battery in my phone.
Oh shit! Thanks for reminding me, Kat.
I was sitting there in chat and my battery dropped like 40-some% in like 25 minutes.
I lost my juice. Gotta go find it.
And I gotta take my other Samsung, the older one, in to get a new screen. That's one cool thing about being over here is the parts for your phone are much cheaper than the United States. Unless you happen to have a Samsung phone. The only way to get a Samsung screen is through Samsung. At least here in Thailand. And they're not that bad here. I thought it was going to be really bad. It was only like $120.
2% when I caught it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my phone. I think it may have overheated and just shut off because it's so fucking hot here. I mean, I got a fan running in the room, but still.
I kind of feel weird.
No
That's
wind
my usual exit. My phone dying.
That would happen to me with StreamYard. It would just suck up my battery. I'd have it plugged in and I'd still run out of juice in like 2 hours. I do have to go out and buy a new battery pack. I had 2 different battery packs here, and they both died on me. Just glad they didn't catch fire on a plane. They now limit you on your power supply now flying in Asia. There's a certain limit they don't allow the power packs to be because they find them very unsafe. There's like 3 months in a row that basically every other week there was a fire on a plane because of someone's battery pack catching fire.
What are they bringing? Like, not fucking
cheap Chinese parts.
Okay.
Is exactly
I was
what
trying
it
to think of
is.
something witty to say, but I had nothing.
They're trying to, put out like this real high powered charger, and they're using shitty parts. So the aviational department said, hey, listen, we're going to set the mark at this. So any of these chargers that are over this type of amperage are not allowed because they're not safe.
That's probably wise.
Yeah.
How many bots is that?
When I go home,
all about.
I have a spare backpack because I've got a couple video cameras here. I've got a laptop here. I've got a DJI here camera, which all have battery packs. So I've got to have a separate backpack with just all that in there, going through all the airports.
Sex toy backpack. That's on Ryan's list. Girlfriend backpack, because she's rubber and is inflatable.
I've got one suitcase already packed, and I looked at what I have left over, and I'm gonna end up shipping 2 boxes back home. But it's because I picked up a couple books, and I don't want to put that in my luggage. That just eats up so much weight. Just easier to ship the books.
How much it costs to ship them?
It depends. If I want to do like similar to the United States priority mail, and that's the way the US takes it, probably looking at 45 US dollars a box.
For some books?
Well, books and shoes and things like that. I've got two pairs of shoes that I won't be able to wear, but I have to take them because I have to send them back to Morel. I've had problems with their shoes. I actually had to have the sole replaced or put back on the one shoe within 1 year.
Should give Ryan one.
Charged me 100 baht to
You
do
soulless
it.
bastard.
They glued the sole back on and then they stitched it. I almost feel like taking them the other shoe and tell them to take it off and stitch it too. But I think Morel's just going to send me brand new pairs.
Typically.
Yeah. Especially when you send them two with like the same problem. You know, it kind of shows that you're kind of dedicated to their line.
I've got a pair of Chacos I need to send in. Thanks for reminding me. Sole ripped off them. I wore them fucking ever. Fuck. Like
Yeah,
8
I've
years.
got a pair. I got a pair of Timberlands that I got in 1988.
You got a pair of tees? Fuck, Cap, you
Yeah.
flossing like that?
Well, I worked for Timberland for a summer at their outlet shop. So we got like
Timberland.
we got 50% off. And even if it went on sale on the sales rack, we still got 50% off of that.
Yeah, you gotta fucking buy. You gotta get while the getting's good, as Short Dog would say.
Yeah. I mean, my boots still cost me $130.
Gotta get it. Game's good.
But they weighed like 2.2 pounds for for a pair of boots with Thinsulate.
How many pounds? How many baht is that?
Who put a quarter in him? Here we go.
I don't think in baht anymore. I just pull out the phone and pay the bill, and that's it. Like I did for lunch while we're sitting here.
Well, bot damn.
That is one thing I'm going to miss is going back and not being able to order something from someplace for like 50 cents delivery, 80-cent delivery.
Yeah, I always wonder how that works. But like, so like, I send something to Thailand. Does it cost me more, or does it cost you more, or me? You know what I'm saying? Is there like a set rate on like distance and how far away it is for like either way?
It's actually goes by the size of the box. I ran into this with my lights. My lights weigh 19 kilos each, okay, with 4 drivers.
That's some keys.
But the size of the box, because it's a little bit bigger than the normal 5x5, it's almost a 6 foot. And because of the size of the box, shipping it overseas, they go by the volume of the box. So I'm actually getting charged 25 kilos per light because of the size of the box. So depending on the size of the box, that's why I'm shipping out 2 instead of 1. Because I went to the post office and I asked the lady, and she said, no, the size box that you want to ship it happens to be like an inch too tall and 2 inches too long. And it actually is like an extra $30 to ship.
That's what she
So
said.
I can get more stuff in 2 smaller boxes for the same price.
To McAfee through the hammock.
But no, I carried that book here, that one book here on my in a backpack. I
He's
ain't
Ryan's
carrying
idol.
it again. I'm shipping that back. And I picked
No,
up
put the
some
hammock up
cool
higher.
books here.
Just don't forget to bring your little
Put the hammock
backpack
up higher.
back.
Better spray it. What'd you say?
Just don't forget to bring your little black backpack back.
Yeah. Seeds are going to be traveling with me.
What's a little black backpack bag? Is that something you have, Cap?
Actually, I do.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I paid like $3, $4 for it in Cambodia.
Cambodia.
Yeah, that's another thing. I've got a backpack here by Hitman that's made out of like that leather, and it's really heavy. Instead of having that on a plane, throw that in a box instead.
Let's see how.
I've got a Keith box, and I definitely don't want to put that on the airplane.
How
And
90s are you hardcore?
I've scrubbed it down
What
with
song was
alcohol,
90s as
but
Does Ladies Night in Cambodia ring a bell?
No.
no.
I think
Is
it's a
that
Limp
Ska?
Bizkit song. Or an album, maybe.
No, it's not a Limp Bizkit one.
I know it's, I know it is. It has something to do with them. I just can't remember what it was.
I don't know.
I think it's a song off of one of the albums that wasn't popular.
Yeah, they pretty much lost me
Hey,
at dollar bills.
2 minutes.
Dollar bill, y'all.
20.
Little Black Backpackers by Stroke 9. Took me a while to think of that.
What now?
That Little
It's
Black Backpackers by
419.
Stroke 9.
What are you stroking?
9.
Dicks in one night? You're crazy, dude. That's too much.
It's the money.
No money, no amount of money is worth that, dude. I just snorted it out. Fuck it.
I ain't saying a word
What's
about
Buddy
that.
showing us? Was that looks like a rat? A rat? Or a medicine cabinet? I can't tell.
No, it's a wreck at the grow room.
Oh, I got it.
He's at the facility still.
Midnight farming.
Well, actually, I enjoy doing my work in the evening, later at night, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock.
Is that a Deneen pottery mug? I bet that's a Deneen pottery mug I just saw you squeaking out of.
Wow. I didn't think I could get any more
The last dead
sexual.
in 2015.
On the bottom, is there like a little W? stamped
Ryan
kind of.
always likes to look at the bottoms. He's always looking at bottoms.
I am,
It was
especially
made
here in Thailand.
No, what is it, Ryan?
GDP.
in the U.S. Sunset Hill Stoneware.
Oh no, that's not. They copied Deneen pottery then. Deneen pottery, like, they're from Minnesota. They're the ones that like came up with that, like made that stamp type patch thing on mugs famous.
Yeah,
Did you hold it up again, buddy?
this is so
They make
good.
a Death Wish coffee mug. Some of the Death Wish coffee mugs from Deneen are worth like 4 or 5 grand.
Oh, so that's like stamped clay.
Yeah,
It's all clay, but there's like they put a stamp on it so they can mass
Yeah,
produce the stamps
yeah, I know
and
the
slap
look
them
you're
on a
talking
bunch of
about.
cups. I had a deal to make a bunch of pot leaf ones for my fucking potluck farm thing before it fell through.
That's a good idea. I'm sure it's been done now, huh?
No, I don't. Not any pot leaves with them through them yet. Because I know the owner. Well, not personally, but I mean like me. I've talked to him several times through emails and shit. It's kind of weird because like it's like a many $1 million company nowadays. Like it's his kid's company now, but like he started out in the '70s and shit. But I've
Yeah.
got a whole bunch of like his original shit from like back in the '70s. So like whenever I have questions, I just
You
email
showed
him
that on here
directly.
before, huh?
Huh?
Some of his stuff.
What about it?
You showed some of his stuff on here before, yeah?
Not on YouTube, but on the internet. Yeah,
What's all that glass shit you show us?
Murano.
I've got some. I just did a little picture fucking photo shoot this weekend. Went out and
Sounds kinky.
well, I finally went through my fucking camper. I haven't been in it in like months.
Finally let her out, huh?
And
Get a little
Morano's like,
sunshine.
It's a storage unit.
Mom! What's Ryan keeping you in?
here's some Morano. It's gonna take me forever to get back and forth. You know, it kind of sucks. It's like,
My mom's garage is about 1 3/4 the size of her house, if not twice the size of her house.
it's a Bolacante ashtray.
That is fucking cool.
Got like the little bubbles in it. It's hard to see it that good from this picture too, but
Yeah, those are really little pictures.
here's like a Submersible vase, like colors within colors.
Yellow and green.
Packer
A little
family love
bit,
that shit.
little, is there a little bit of white at the bottom?
No, it's just clear.
Okay.
They're made of the bond.
No, probably actually some, like Ryan said, some Packer fan bought that and gave it to his wife, and she thinks it's a pretty vase. And he's like, cool, I got the Packers colors in the living room.
Pack goalie. That bet Fravery.
Oh, I still have that vase. It's a little one though. Here's some more Submersible.
That's oddly like erotic.
It's a heavy little chunk too. It's like a 10-pound little fucking vase.
It's like something you pleasure yourself to.
Yeah, because you really can't see all the clear glass at the bottom of it because the sides are almost straight down on it.
Well, it's all clear. It's that you're seeing there on the sides. It's
Yeah,
crazy. That's how they
exactly.
know.
That's what gives it the weight.
That's
It's
cheap.
all solid glass.
Yeah.
Well, not on one side, but
Those Saragusa pieces that I have, those are heavy as shit, especially the frog.
that's worth some money, man.
Yeah,
Sagusa?
I paid good money for them. I paid like 350 for the frog, and for the Chinaman, I think I paid close to 480, 490 for it. But yeah, I paid up for those. But you know, just like you said, those are good pieces. They're nicely signed on the bottom. He did
Here's a
them, I think, in the 90s.
here's a plate for you. This is from Rock Hard Pottery.
Wow, what a coincidence, huh? You got something from Rock Hard Pottery, and I've got Hard Rock
Well,
Coal right here.
he didn't tell you the Hard Rock Pottery is actually in Blue Balls, Pennsylvania.
I was in Minnesota actually.
Red Wing Pottery.
I've had plenty of Red Wing.
Extra protein.
They
Actually, I just
did a Minnesota Twins like dual globe ashtray from like the 60s when they went.
Ryan would like you to send him that along with the Creamy Dreams fucking strain.
I've got
Oh,
like
Milky Dreams. My bad, Ryan.
I've got like
Milky.
10 of these lidded casseroles, like 10 inches wide or something like that.
Huh?
I don't know. I just got a bunch of them.
I can't. We didn't hear what you said.
I've got a ton of these lidded casserole pots, but I barely ever use them.
Lidded casserole. I got ya. Is it? How old are they? Like,
Most of them are from like the 90s, probably early 2000s.
okay.
Some of them go back to the 70s. Some of them
Are they
are
like
older
porcelain?
than that. Huh?
Well,
Like porcelain or something?
They're no this pottery. I mean, some of
What is
them
a
are
casserole?
some of them like this one like look like they're more porcelain, but it's just
they're
different
Just
types of
glazed
glaze.
clay?
glazed on the inside.
Those are pretty cool. But they keep shit warm for a while.
Yeah, they do.
I just like to put shit in them.
That's what you said.
Like these little pieces are like worth $80 a piece, I think, from this guy.
Is it a vase?
Yeah,
Like
two
an
vases.
incense burner? What's on the left?
It's a bottle.
With holes drilled in it for a bird or what?
No, they're just like you can put. It's like a thumbprint hole.
Oh, it's
Just
a will hold liquid. Oh, I thought it was like straight through it.
no.
Hardcore.
I've got a bunch of fucking mugs and what do you call them? Like um,
I'm surprised you don't have any rump mugs. I mean, they were common as shit to find at garage sales and estate sales in the 90s and early 2000s for like $5 a piece.
I've got some mead cups that you got to drink. You can't put it down. It hangs from your belt. Looks like a little horn.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, they're like some type of Renaissance fair cup that like you hang it from your
Oh,
belt and you
I
can't
got
drink
ya.
from it,
I got ya.
or you can't put it down. You just gotta drink from it.
Well,
Are we
guys,
froze?
it's after 4:30 here.
My eyeballs hurt.
I gotta get going.
Here's some Fenton.
Before I start taking fucking cake in the cup type
Yeah, I think
fucking
I'm
nana
almost,
naps.
and I'm done for the night. So let's sign
I
off.
got I gotta
Safety
say what up to
meeting
chat.
noon tomorrow.
There's still 30 of these bad motherfuckers up in here.
Peace,
Get
everyone.
some sleep and see you at noon.
Later, buddy. Later, Cap.
Later.
Later, all.